Good evening and welcome to the Thursday, June 10th, 2021 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I'm Mayor David Narkowitz, the chair. This is an online Zoom meeting that's being held pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency order modifying the state's open meeting law. So we ask folks who are on the call to please follow proper Zoom etiquette and maintain yourself as muted unless you're called upon to speak. And obviously later in the meeting, we'll have an opportunity for public comment when folks can use their raise hand functions to be recognized and unmute for public comment. This meeting, which is traditional at our June meeting, we're going to begin tonight before calling the meeting to order with an annual recognition of all of our retirees, folks who are retiring and leaving the service of the Northampton Public Schools. So I'm going to turn this now over to Dr. Provost for the official retiree recognition portion of today's meeting.
Thanks very much. I would ask the retirees to turn on their cameras if they would. It would just make me easier to find you and talk to you as we go through this process. This is the second year in a row we're doing this via Zoom. My apologies, first of all, that we are doing it via Zoom. Normally, this is a time when we're able to share a few words and be together one last time. And it pains me that we have to do this in this format. That being said, it's a joyous time. And so I want to make sure that we take a moment here to pause and to recognize all of you for your many years of service to the district and the great work you've done throughout the years. So normally what happens is we call the retirees up in order of service to the district. We hand you a little gift and I shake your hand and then I say a few words to the whole group. So your gifts will arrive via mail. And you can just imagine that I'm here handing them out to you now. So starting first of all with 3 years of service, an ESP from Bridge Street School, Ann Ross. Our next retiree, also with 3 years of service to the district, is our business administrator, Cami Lamica. Next, with 5 years of service, a math teacher from JFK, Dorothy Albrecht. With 11 years of service, an ESP from Bridge Street School, Maria de la Vega. Next, with 13 years of service, an ELL teacher from Bridge Street and Jackson Street, Garrett Adams. With 14 years of service, a cook at Leeds, Eileen Livernoy. With 15 years of service, a district-wide teacher of the hearing impaired, Catherine Kurtz. Also with 15 years of service, JFK cafeteria assistants, Brenda Coyle. And then with 16 years of service, an ESP at JFK, I'll always remember him through many negotiation sessions as the ESP chapter coordinator, Todd DiGeronimo. With 18 years of service, an ESP from JFK, Karen Witkos. With 20 years of service, a special education teacher from Jackson Street School, Alicia Hackerson. With 21 years of service, an ESP from JFK, Donna Taylor. With 22 years of service, an ESP from Bridge Street School, Marilyn Rivera. With 23 years of service, a district-wide position, preschool coordinator, Erica Frank. 24 years of service, an ESP from Jackson Street School, Parmalee Jones.
PJ.
With 25 years of service, a teacher from Bridge Street School, Karen Hurd. With 28 years of service, head cook from Leeds, Sheila Chartier. With 29 years of service, completing the complete wipeout of central office administrators due to retirement this year, our curriculum director, Nancy Cheevers. 31 years of service, our custodian and storekeeper, and I believe neighbor to Nancy Cheevers, Dave Gleason. With 36 years of service, NHS art teacher, Lisa Leary. And with 39 years of service, JFK head cook, Pat Judd. And so now I just want to offer a few words to the retirees. Actually, I'd like to offer a blessing to the retirees. I'm currently reading a book called To Bless the Space Between Us, a book of blessings by John O'Donohue. And it's actually more than a book of blessings. It's about the practice of blessing and trying to really charge the space whenever we're together in community with as much goodwill as possible, which is a practice that I'm working on. There is actually in this book a blessing for retirees, but I don't think it's very good. So I'm not going to read that one. Instead, I'm going to read a blessing for a new position, because in my opinion, I think you all have a new position now. And it's your job to figure out what that position is. So may your work excite your heart, kindle in your mind a creativity to journey beyond the old limits of all that has become wearisome. May this work challenge you toward new frontiers that will emerge as you begin to approach them, calling forth from you full force and the depth of your undiscovered gifts. May the work fit the rhythms of your soul, enabling you to draw from invisible new ideas and a vision that will inspire. And those are my thoughts for you, my wishes for you, my intentions for you. Once again, I thank you for your service to the district. The students of Northampton have benefited tremendously from your tireless service throughout the year. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Provost, for those words. And obviously, thank you to all of you and congratulations. And I'll add the thanks of the City of Northampton and all the residents of Northampton for what how you've served our city and obviously our school children. So thank you so much. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Oh, Member Kaufman, our Vice Chair.
Oops, I lost my buttons. Thank you very much. I also wanted to express my appreciation for everybody. My wife is one person who's retiring and has a different last name, so I'll keep that secret. However, it's going to be a wonderful opportunity for us as a family to come together and spend more time together. And for everybody here, my two kids had several of you as teachers and cooks and specialists, and it's really a wonderful feeling as a school committee member. There's rare times that you can just kind of let loose and feel proud for everything we attempt to do and try to do to support educators. Enormously proud of all the work that you guys have done over the years especially this past year. So on a personal level, I just wanted to thank each and every one of you. And that's it. Thank you again.
Okay, any other comments or, okay. Okay, well, thank you all again for joining us. And as Dr. Provost said, good luck in your next position as you move into retirement. Thank you. So with that, we'll move into the formal part of our agenda this evening. And I will ask the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Member Kaufman.
Here.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Boss is not here tonight. Member Gold.
Present.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Present.
Member Busansky.
Present.
Member Fallon.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox. I'm not sure she's here yet. Member Condon.
Present.
And Member Levy.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Excellent, thank you. So the first item on the formal agenda this evening is our public comment period. And if there is anyone who wishes to speak in public comment this evening, if you could please raise your virtual hand. You can do that through the reactions button menu rather on Zoom. If you're on a computer, if you're on phone, you'll have to use your *6 function. So let me know if you wish to speak in public comment and I can recognize folks. Okay, well, okay, we do have announcements from school committee members, but I can, Member Busansky.
Mayor Markowitz, I'm just curious since, the meeting, public comment on the agenda is at 6:45 and most people expect us to start at 6:45. I know one person for sure who's planning to come at 6:45 and speak in public
Okay.
comment. How you'd like to handle that?
I guess we could certainly come back to public comment at 6:45. I mean, the meeting was posted for 6:15 and so legally we can start, and we did have the recognition on the agenda. So we can certainly revisit, we can start through the agenda and we can certainly come back to public comment because it's clear that there is no one here at this point. So we can certainly take a pause and come back to public comment at 6:45. I'm happy to do that.
Okay, I would really appreciate that since I did tell one constituent to come at 6:45
Okay.
for public comment. Thank you.
Okay, great. Will do. We can do that. Okay, so we'll move ahead then from public comment and we will move into announcements from school committee members. Are there any announcements? Okay, I don't see any raised hands. So let's, Member Gold. Sorry about that.
No problem. Sorry about that. I was doing double duty on soccer practice here, carpooling. But I do want to announce that. Give me just a second. I thought I'd have time after public comment to get this ready. So NHS, then this is through as the liaison for Northampton Open Media. Can you hear me? Just because I'm on my phone. Can you hear me all right? Yeah. Okay, great.
Yes.
So I've just got off of the Northampton Open Media meeting before this and wanted to announce that NHS took home 16 media awards. And through Northampton Open Media, they also won 6 awards through the called the Hometown Awards. It's an Alliance for Community Media National Hometown Awards. And so there was some great work by students done and by Northampton Open Media to win these great things. And so congratulations to all the students and Jeremy Whalen and his team that helps the students and Northampton Open Media for making that happen.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Gold. Are there any other announcements from school committee? Okay, hearing none, let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which is our consent agenda. Our consent agenda this evening consists of 3 sets of minutes of the school committee, March 11th, March 25th, and April 8th. It also includes the approval of a field trip, the NHS biology class, June 9th through the 21st of 2021, going to Childs Park or the Mill River. And then there's also some donations on the agenda. JFK PTO, $1,075 for ELL program and ELL camp, and the JFK PTO, $4,500 for the 2021-2022 after school program. Is there someone who would make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Okay.
Second.
So there's been a motion made and seconded. Member Levy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to move to approve with the one caveat that my name is misspelled in the minutes. If that could be corrected, that would be awesome. My last name is Levi.
Okay, we can certainly, if the maker of that motion to approve is okay with that, just correcting that Scrivener's error as part of the approval process, then we'll go ahead and do that for sure. With that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the consent agenda.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
and Member Kaufman.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. So the consent agenda is approved for this evening. Next, we move into reports and recommendations. And first up is the report from our student representatives, Megan O'Connor and Talia Sermon. Megan and Talia, are you here this evening?
They might be waiting for 6:45.
No, I'm here. Megan unfortunately can't be here tonight, but I'm here.
Sorry, Charlie.
Excellent,
Yeah,
thank you, Tali. Great, so I'll turn the floor over to you for that report.
Yeah, so pretty much it's the end of the school year. We have nothing to update. We just wanted to say thank you guys for a lovely year, and we'll see you next year.
Okay, thank you. Right back at you. Thank you. Have a great summer. And here's to what has to be a more normal school year next year, for sure, for all of us. Thank you so much. So now we'll move on to the next report, which is from our Rules and Policy Committee, and I'll turn to Member Fallon.
Thank you. So we, Rules and Policy did not meet, but at our last regular meeting, we had presented the essentially rough draft of our proposed bias incident complaint procedure and the proposed policy protections from discriminatory bias and symbols of hate. To get feedback from the full committee, we had presented to you the feedback that we had received from ALT and hoped that you could give us your initial impressions, essentially any areas that you thought needed to be addressed before in subcommittee. We have a meeting scheduled for next week before we brought it to you for a first reading. Any feedback would be really helpful. And if you could, after tonight's meeting, also give us that feedback to Annie in writing, that would be really helpful for the purpose of the minutes, I'm sure, for Annie.
Okay, thank you very much for that report, Member Fallon.
Oh, no, I know you guys have feedback, right? That was the whole point, was that you guys were all prepared to give feedback right now, right? No?
That is the point.
Even positive feedback would be accepted.
Okay. Oh, sorry, someone's in the way. Feedback to the Rules and Policy Committee.
Mayor, I can see that Member Goldman has her virtual hand raised.
Oh, just saw that. Okay, Member Goldman, sorry about that.
Thank you. This is really an exceptional piece. I'm so grateful. I'm looking at the handbook first. Are we doing the handbook first? No, you're doing the hate symbols first. Okay, I've got to switch gears.
Nothing. Okay, while you guys focus on the feedback for the policy, I will tell you, as most of you know, I'm on the board of directors for the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, and we had a board meeting last evening, and I don't know if you all follow the process, but the way that the legislative process works for the MASC, that we kind of form our legislative priorities, is to have a resolutions committee decide on what resolutions will be presented to the full delegate assembly. You know, we each get to, we vote as a committee to who gets to be our delegate, our representative to vote in November at the conference, the annual conference in Hyannis. And so part of that process is submitting resolutions. And so I know that one of the concerns that was raised around this policy was how we are going to enforce this when we play visiting teams whose mascots are in fact Native American mascots. And so at last night's MASC board meeting, I did present to the board that we have a resolution submitted to the resolutions committee in support of Senator Comerford's Senate bill that she filed, Senate Bill 294, an act prohibiting the use of Native American mascots by public schools in the Commonwealth. There's also been a House bill filed this session, House Bill 581. And so there seems to be a lot of support at the board level. It will be submitted to the resolutions committee, which is meeting on June 29th. And then it will come back to the board of directors. So I'll be able to advocate for it there. And then whoever we vote to be our delegate at the delegate assembly, hopefully we'll be able to very forcefully advocate in support of this from the floor of the delegate assembly, because once it has essentially the weight of the MASC behind it, it becomes part of our agenda for Day on the Hill, which I know quite a few of you have attended. And that becomes something that every member of this, every school committee member that attends Day on the Hill will go to their legislators and say, like, this is one of our priorities. Like, we really, this is important to us that you pass this, and this is why. And so I think this is where our policy priorities and our advocacy priorities really need to be, they really intersect, and that this needs to be a priority for our school committee too. So I hope that you guys will join me in kind of sort of seeing this through, whoever ends up staying on the committee as far as next spring for Day on the Hill, seeing this through when it gets to the April meeting. So so that's where that is as far as the advocacy piece on that.
Member Levy.
First, thank you so much, Member Fallon, for your advocacy and your support. I think it's hugely important that that was brought, and I'm so appreciative. I just want to clarify so that I have a better understanding of timeline. So if all goes according to plan, as you've just laid out, when would those bills come up for a vote, such that we knew that maybe there was the opportunity for us to enforce this part of this policy with the support from the state?
So you can follow along with the bills. If you go to the masslegislative.gov bills, both of these bills have been sent to committee. So they're both in the education committee right now. They have not been assigned a hearing date. When they are, I can let you know. So that's the first piece. Hearings, typically there's not a huge amount of time given to people to speak. But that's where, you know, if it becomes a legislative priority for the MASC, they would definitely invite someone to speak from the MASC, I'm sure, in support of it. But so I'll follow through with that, but you can always look up the bill online and see, has it been assigned a hearing? I will say that this bill was also filed last year during the 191st session. So some of these bills get filed in multiple years. And so, so unfortunately, you're never really sure when it will actually come to fruition. And sometimes it's just an issue of keeping it in front of the right people and your stamina.
Member Busansky.
Yes, sorry, I didn't want to, if there's other kind of comments or discussion on this topic, I was kind of going back to the other two items that Member Fallon presented. So I don't want to interrupt this conversation if it's not over. Member Fallon, is there anything more on this or?
No, we were just hoping to get feedback before we bring this to you guys for first reading to make sure that we were heading in a direction that the rest of the committee was comfortable with, or if there was anything that needed to be addressed. It's so much easier for us to address it in subcommittee.
Great. That's actually what I wanted to comment on because I'm just not seeing it in my folder. So, and it wasn't on the agenda separately, so I wasn't looking for it. So, but maybe I'm missing something and everyone else is seeing it in their school committee folder. But so I have not reviewed it. So that's why I have no feedback for you. To be
no, I just realized, were you not at that meeting? I'm sorry. Okay. I think it was because it was at the meeting that you were unable to attend.
Okay. I feel a little better then.
So your feedback will be the first reading feedback.
Okay. I am at peace with that since we have two readings. So thank you for that. Sorry.
And then I'm not seeing any hands. Was there feedback on the handbook before we bring that to you for a first reading, or for you guys to vote on to accept?
I think Member Goldman may have some feedback on the policy first.
Yeah, I think Member Goldman was circling back on that. Member Goldman?
Thank you. Before I say that, I wanted to mention something about the annual meeting and selecting a delegate. I spoke with Annie about this, and she said that I think it's August we would vote for who would be the delegate. And Laura, I just want, Member Fallon, I just wanted to check with you about, it sounds like you are going to continue to be active with the MASC after,
So the MASC, yes. So my role will end. I'll be holding my seat until December. When I step down from this, my role with them will also end. The registration for the conference has opened. The early bird pricing is until July 15th. So I guess registration opened like 2 days ago. And it does fill up, and they are in fact limiting the number of in-person registrations. This year, you'll be able to register either to do it virtually or in person. And it's the weekend of November. I think it's November 6th and 7th. And it's in Hyannis. And so, yeah, I'm always happy to let someone else step up and do it. I actually have class that weekend. So I would be happy to let someone else do that.
Yeah, I have the registration here. It is Saturday, November 6th. Okay, so I guess we'll need to register. When is our July meeting? Does anyone know the date? Annie, I can't hear you.
It's the 8th. And I will email the committee all the information to register tomorrow.
Okay. And then we would register individually.
That's usually how we do it. Oh, well, Laura, maybe you can explain a little better how it should.
So technically, Cami would tell you that you need a purchase order to do it. And so you would ask her for a purchase order number, because when you have them bill the district, it gets a little bit more complicated. And so you would tell her that you want to register and ask her for a purchase order in the amount of $345. And so then she would give you the purchase order number and you would register using that. And so, yeah, so it gets a little bit complicated, but I'm sure that the business office, whoever's working in Cammie's absence can help you through the process.
Okay, and then the delegate, when does that need to be decided?
I think the deadline, I think we usually voted on in September, October. I think the deadline is October 15th to name the delegate.
Oh, yes, looks like maybe before October 27th. Okay, great, thank you. I'm glad you brought that up because it's more timely than I anticipated. So that's great. I'll look forward to receiving that email to register. Okay, with regard to does anyone else want to say anything about the MASC annual business meeting?
Doesn't
Okay.
sound like it. There are
No.
hands up, but I think it's related to the other matters. So you
Yeah, okay, I'm going to move on to the protections from discriminatory bias and symbols of hate policy. I only have grammatical corrections. I didn't know you could really have a policy like this that because of the intricacies of this sort of policy, it's sort of exciting to be able to have something, to know where to go with something so that when you have those first incidents or something, we know we already have somewhere to start moving forward. So I really appreciate that. I know that this has been reviewed by legal, and so I'm not inclined to make any changes, and I don't see anything. I really appreciate how inclusive it is, that it is covering students, staff, and visitors. And so I just want to say thank you and look forward to adopting this policy. And then I'd like to leave the table open for anyone else who would like to reflect on the hate symbols policy.
Member Busansky, you have your hand up next.
Sorry, I'm really out of order here. I had comments on the school committee handbook, but so I'll just save it. I didn't realize we were going to I don't have a copy of the hate symbols policy, so I can't comment on it.
Member Condon.
I also wanted to comment on the handbook, so I'll hold off if there are still people wanting to comment on the hate symbols.
Okay, should we, any comments related to hate symbols? If not, I'll go back through the order and we can talk about the handbook. So do we want to go back then to Member Busansky and talk about the handbook at this point, and then I can move forward from there?
Sure. Well, just, first of all, thank you for putting this together, because I think it's going to be really helpful for new committee members in the whole onboarding process. So I think that's really fantastic. I had very small comments. Let me just see. I tried to, it's on page 17. I don't know, all the pages are numbered. So I'm going to, or they're sort of numbered, page 11 or 12. Anyway, school committee meetings, schedule of meetings. It seems like it says regular meetings are usually scheduled the second Thursday of every month, but we also have those second meetings that we have. I always forget the schedule of those that we probably want to include, which happen, 4 times a year? Member Kaufman, I always feel like you have a good handle on those, but that I think it'd be helpful to include in this.
So add in the student achievement meetings.
Yeah. And also, I think it'd be useful to add that we usually have a retreat once or twice a year, something to that effect. Just to give people the whole kind of scope of what they're getting themselves into. Let's see, there's in the list at the very end of obtain copies of and review the following documents, I thought maybe having the code of conduct would be useful to include.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
And then I also wanted to suggest, and I can look up the name and, but I always forget the name of the Little Red School Committee Best Practices book that I think some of us have read, or many of us have read, that I thought could also be just good as sort of an additional reading to put in the mix as a suggested reading.
Okay, thank you.
And I can send you that name. I just didn't get it.
Yeah, I have it.
You have it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Member Condon.
Thank you. I also want to say that I think this, I also want to say I think this document is going to be really helpful. I've already started talking to people looking to fill my seat once I vacate it. And of course, one of their immediate questions is, what does the job entail? So I think this document does a really good job, at least starting to explain what the role is of a school committee member. I particularly appreciate the specific references to particular policies. I don't know, maybe this is more work than would be helpful, but could those specific references be links that take people to those actual policies for easy reference purposes, if it's going to be an electronic document?
Yeah, we're going to embed links. We were struggling initially to embed the links because not all of the actual policies we were linking to had been updated. But I think that we're almost there.
Great. And that's all I really wanted to say was thank you for your work on this. I think it's a really important document. And I think it'll be very helpful for future school committee members.
Okay. Anybody else with additions you'd like to suggest? Oh,
Goldman.
Hi. Okay, thank you. Again, some of my comments are like, there's the use of the word children, and I wonder if students would be more appropriate, little things like that that I can just send to Annie. There are some sections of this that I am so happy to see spelled out, and I really can get behind statements that weren't necessarily so clear and available before about our commitment and our role, that I really appreciate being in here. There are other things mentioned that I just wanted to point out. One thing is in the how we communicate section, there's a piece about building trust, and at the bottom of page 2, superintendent and administrators, and I'm wondering if we might include staff or others in that section as well, if we're including any, to include everyone who would be included in that. It also says upon request, new members get access to the school committee policy manual, the open meeting law, conflict of interest regulations, and I'd like to see that not requiring request, but that there would be sort of this stack of links, or preferably to these various things. I think it's so important. Robert's rules, if there's a particular link for Robert's rules that would make sense to have on there, I think that would benefit us so much. Or whatever member Seraphy Cox has used for the parliamentarian. Well, I'm using that word wrong. What's the right word? Did I say it right?
Yeah, parliamentarian.
Yeah, good. Also, I noticed sections that discuss a secretary, but we don't have the secretary is not a member of the school committee. So that's at the page 6, I believe. I can't tell if these numbers, I think they're the bottom of the page. So page 6 after vice chair, there's a section on secretary that seems a little off. Also, there's on page 8, it talks about reviewing our goals, and it talks about, I was pleased to see school committee self-evaluation. And so I'm happy to see those in the handbook, and I'd like to implement them so that the handbook is correct. And And that, I believe, is all that I have. Yeah, there's sections in here that are so great, like following chain of command. And so new members know how to respond to emails from the community and whatnot. So just really a very thorough and excellent start. It's beyond a start. It's really great. So just thank you so much for really responding to our request for this as new members and putting something together, taking the time to put this together as you head off, particularly because all of our established members who have institutional knowledge are heading out. So wish us luck. It's sort of devastating for me. So I'll just hang on to my handbook and we'll be all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Goldman. Member Kaufman.
Yep, thank you. And thank you, Member Fallon. Something real quick under Vice Chair. We added the responsibility of the Vice Chair to organize the annual retreats. I think there was official language somewhere you might want to pull from. That would just be the other one. We went with 2 this year.
Did we not add that under there?
I don't see it in the copy that I'm looking at. Maybe it's somewhere else.
Okay, yeah, I know that we cross-referenced, we tried to cross-reference all the policies with this document, so it may not have made it into all of the versions. Okay, I'll make sure it ends up in the final, but yes, that was what was so time consuming, was making sure that we had all of the updates to the policies in the handbook, as well as the most recent changes to the oh
Sure.
gosh, you know what we vote on every January.
The rules of
Rules for
procedure.
procedure.
Thank you.
That was a test for everyone. How do we do?
You know. Okay, so I will, if that's all the input, I will incorporate all of these changes in, and I will ask for the clerk's help in formatting it perfectly so that all of the page numbers are where they're supposed to be and margins are correct, and get this back to everyone in a much more polished form, and hopefully get a final reading then from all of you with one more chance to point out all of the grammatical errors and punctuation and etc. Hopefully by the end of the summer, we'll have a final version to give to people who are considering a run for office so that they understand what they're getting themselves into. So I think that's it for rules and policy. I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Fallon. Member Goldman, you have your hand up.
I'm just wondering if now might be a good time to request for public comment.
Okay, sure. We're at 7:02, and so we are between items on the agenda. So for folks from the public who have joined us, we had a retiree recognition at the beginning of the meeting. We had allocated a certain amount of time for that, and we didn't use all that time. So we weren't at the point at 6:45 when public comment began. So I will offer an opportunity at this point, if folks have public comment, to please raise your hand virtually, and I will recognize you and then ask you to state your name and where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So I have a hand up from Darcy. So Darcy, I will recognize you to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name's Darcy Sweeney. I'm from Florence, and thank you, committee, for letting me speak, and to Rebecca Busansky for helping me navigate the public comment process. I'm with Climate Action Now, Western Massachusetts, and I'm here to ask you today to endorse a bill that's in the Massachusetts legislature this session. It's H926, the School Children Pesticide Protection Act. Climate Action Now is working with NOFA, the Northeastern Organic Farm Association in Massachusetts, with several other organizations to try and get this bill passed. As you may know, under current Massachusetts law, schools can only use pesticides outdoors that have not been classified by the EPA as known, likely, or probable human carcinogens. Unfortunately, the EPA still classifies glyphosate, one of the most toxic pesticides, as safe, even though back in 2015, the World Health Organization's International Agency for Research on Cancer classified glyphosate as a probable carcinogen, and more than 17 countries have banned or restricted its use. Several schools in Northampton, including, Jackson Street School, Bridge Street School, Leeds School, and the high school, use glyphosate under the trade name Lesco Prosecutor in their integrated pest management plans to control weeds. And the rationale for using this is safety. I think it's ironic that the integrated pest management plans give safety as the rationale for using glyphosate, given that it has been linked to a wide range of diseases and conditions in humans, including birth defects, liver damage, ADHD, cancers, and celiac disease. It also has antibiotic properties, and which raises concerns that destroy beneficial bacteria in the digestive tract, leading to human problems. Children, of course, are especially vulnerable to toxic pesticides. They absorb more pesticides relative to their body weight than do adults. Their organs are still developing and so are less able to detoxify harmful chemicals. And in 2012, the American Academy of Pediatrics called for governments to reduce children's exposure to toxic pesticides. So please endorse H926, which, if passed, will protect children by restricting outdoor use of toxic pesticides near schools and childcare centers, allowing only pesticides the EPA considers minimum or those that are certified for organic land care. I also want to mention that the high school has a list of at least 10 substances with names like for their fields, and again, it's for weed management, names like sulfentrazone, and it says harmful if inhaled, prodiamine, which can be irritating to skin and sore eyes, burning, rashes, headache, fatigue. So why are we using these kinds of substances to control weeds? I think that it is way past time to stop using toxic pesticides generally, but especially around our children. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for being here this evening. Is there anyone else, any other members of the public who wish to offer public comment at this point? Again, you can raise your hand. Oh, I see a physical hand. Looks like Liz Burnworth. Liz, go ahead and unmute yourself and just say your name and where you're from, and I'll give you 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Liz Burnworth, and I live on Florence Street in Leeds and have a student at Leeds Elementary School. And I'd like to respond to the presentation that was given at the last school committee meeting about the successes or learning loss that students experience during remote learning. In evaluating the success or learning loss that occurred during remote learning, I believe it is important to include data on special education students, and was dismayed that it was not included in the superintendent's report at the last meeting. I anxiously await a report on that data and how that learning loss or success might be recognized in the future and in supporting students in the fall. On another issue, please consider how the district can offset the added cost of childcare created by the earlier start time for elementary school students next year, and knowing that there will be 3 hours instead of 2 hours for childcare needed for families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your comment this evening. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in public comment? Okay, I don't see any hands. Okay, so thank you. Thanks to folks for your flexibility with our schedule this evening. So we'll go back to the agenda. We're on item 5, reports and recommendations. And we are now at item C, report of the Budget and Property Committee, and I'll turn to Member Busanski.
Hi, thank you. I guess the only thing I have to report is that we have been unable to come up with a date for the next Budget and Property Subcommittee. It looks like we're all the way at the end of June to beginning of July to possibly scheduling that meeting. And I'll talk about this more later in the evening, but hence that is a big part of why I'm bringing this endorsement of the bill H 926 to the school committee. So just wanted to keep everybody posted.
Okay, thank you, Member Busanski. The next committee report is Superintendent Evaluation. Member Condon.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate and reinforce Annie's email to the other school committee members that feedback should be directed to her and not to me as we had originally planned. So again, any feedback you have that you would like to be contributing towards the superintendent evaluation should be sent to Annie, not me. And then we'll be holding our next meeting, I believe the 23rd, Annie, is that right?
I think it's the 22nd. I'll send that announcement out tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, thank you, Member Condon. I have hands from Member Fallon and
Could you just remind us what the deadline was for that feedback?
I should know that. Let me look back. Was it the 18th? Is that number seems to?
Yeah, it's between
18th.
Tomorrow and the 18th. If you could get it to me then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Busanski.
And again, maybe this came up at the meeting I wasn't at, but is Annie, are you sending around a format for the feedback, or is there a form that we complete, or?
Member Busanski, there was a packet sent out maybe a month ago now or so, or even longer, that had some information and then sort of a template for your feedback to contribute.
Okay, great. I'll look back at that. And is there, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Member Goldman.
Yeah, Member Busanski, I believe that the packet is in the materials for the last meeting, for the May meeting also.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions related to the superintendent evaluation? Okay, so thank you very much. We will move on next to the business administrator report, which will be delivered by, I believe, Dr. Provost, followed by the personnel report, and then the superintendent's report.
Thank you. I don't have a business manager's report, and my superintendent's report is going to be folded into the presentation I'm giving later in the evening. So I will move on to the personnel report and let the committee know that in the month of May, we had 3 separations and 5 new hires and no transfers.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Provost. We'll then move into new business. We have no old business, so we'll move into new business. And this evening we have a vote to approve a gift from the Northampton Education Foundation, NEF endowment funds. And I believe that Josh Bedell is here to make a formal presentation regarding the NEF endowment grants this year. So I'll ask Josh to go ahead and unmute and turn the floor over to him.
Thanks, Mayor. Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, I'm Josh Bedell. I'm a board member of NEF and the co-chair of the Endowment Distribution Committee. And I'm doing my best to fill in for Marty Wool this evening in this role. We have a couple of new awards, 3 new awards in the spring grant round that we're very excited about. A press release was sent around. I don't know if the committee received that. I'm just going to quickly run through the 3. If you recall, we did a special grant round in the fall this year due to the unique circumstances this year. So this is actually our second grant round for the 2020-21 school year, although the awards made just now are to start in the fall of 21-22. So we awarded to the Hitchcock Center's Take It Outside program, $36,640. This program will impact all elementary schools, and I won't just read through the whole thing here, but the primary goal of the project is to promote greater use of the outdoors surrounding our elementary schools and help teachers take it outside and take their classroom outside, specifically focusing on STEM education and just really trying to help teachers K-3 in particular to use the resources in nature around the school buildings, which is very exciting. We awarded $20,000 to Grow Food Northampton. This will impact all grade levels in the NPS. Grow Food is finishing up another endowment grant, which has been running the last couple of years, and this one is going to allow them to continue the work they've been doing with the elementary schools, which has been very successful. I can speak personally. My first grader has been very happy with the work that they've done. And this new grant is also going to allow them to expand into the middle and high school students, specifically working on issues of sustainable agriculture, climate resilience, and equity in our food system. So we were very excited about that. And the third project that we funded was kind of near and dear to all of our hearts. This is a project at the high school that was fully initiated and presented by a few members of the student union. To create a resource library within the school building to maintain supplies for students in need, both school related as well as some basic needs materials. This one was one where we don't often fund just material purchases, but because this seemed like such a great program and we were so impressed with the initiative taken by the members of the student union, we were very happy to fund this for $5,000, which was their full ask. So these 3 grants, in addition to the 3 that were funded in the fall, brings the total amount of awards this year from the endowment to $96,640, which is by far the most ever awarded during a single school year. And we're so happy to be able to do it. And it's really just thanks to the generosity of the community, particularly in this last endowment fund drive that we just finished up about a year ago, a little over a year ago. So we're just so appreciative of the great generosity in the community and very happy to fund these 3 great programs.
Thank you very much, Josh. Before we entertain comments, could I get a motion to accept this incredible gift from the endowment fund?
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay. Are there any comments or questions from the school committee? Okay, well, with that, then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
And Mr. Mayor, before I call the roll, I want to let you know that Dale Melcher is going to be a little late to the meeting. She sent me an email, so maybe we can wait on the next set of grants or something like that.
We can certainly do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes, thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes, thank you.
Member Levy. I think I heard you. I know you're here.
She's a little, she's having difficulty reconnecting. So,
Okay. Member Kaufman
Yes, thank you.
and Member Goldman.
Sorry, I'm new to doing this on the phone. Am I muted? My vote was yes.
You're
Okay.
unmuted.
All right, I put you
Great,
down for yes.
Thank you.
And Member Goldman.
Yes, thank you so much.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so so that is gratefully adopted, and thank you so much, Josh, and to the folks on the endowment committee, and also obviously all the generous donors to NEF who've helped create this incredible resource. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like we'll move past item B until Dale Melcher arrives on the NEF small grants, and we will move next to item C, which is a vote requesting that we rescind special COVID transportation rules. And I believe Ms. Lieber is here this evening, our school transportation coordinator, to discuss that. And I would recognize her first to maybe explain what this vote is all about.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to ask to have the vote to remove the temporary COVID transportation policy that was put in place last year. This policy changed our busing from the 1.5 miles to the state mandated policy that is a K through 6th grade, only over 2 miles or more. Later on, we did add the 7th through 12th graders at the 2 miles or more mark. But in removing this policy, we'll allow more students to ride the buses and hopefully relieve some of the major traffic that some of the schools have had a lot of problems with this year, but just to go back to our regular busing schedule.
Is someone willing to make that motion?
Motion to remove the COVID policy for busing and go back to our regular schedule as described.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. Are there any questions about this? Oh, Member Fallon has her hand up.
Was this to go into effect for next year?
Yes, please,
Oh.
for the fall.
Okay, so hearing no further questions or discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes. Ooh, I'm sorry, Member Goldman, did you have a question?
Yes, Tammy, could you tell us about the busing for the summer? Will that have any restrictions?
Right now, the summer school program is mostly ELL students, students with IEPs, and some high-risk students. So they have been getting busing right along now. DESE has lifted the caps on busing. We've kept it to 44 students, which is only 2 to a seat. So I am keeping that. We are also keeping, because of the mask mandate on public transportation, we're still asking the students to wear their masks. We still have all the windows open, and we're still doing all of hand sanitizing and cleaning. So as of right now, that's what we've been doing. It's just that this policy, if we can remove it, will get us back to the 1.5 miles to alleviate some of the traffic and some of the parents that have had a really hard time getting the kids to school.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so let's go back to the roll call vote. I will vote yes, Annie, and you can continue with the roll call.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy. Looks like you're unmuted now. Member Levy? I'll wait.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Kaufman?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
And Member Gold?
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, and I just want to note that Ward 5 only gets 1 vote, just to clarify that under our rules. I heard several votes there. So Okay, so thank you. That is approved. Thank you, Ms. Lieber, for being here to explain that. And let's go on now to a just quick double check. Dale Melcher is not yet with us. I don't see her here before we move on to the presentation. So let's go on to the next item on the agenda, which is item number D, and it's a presentation from Dr. Provost on the Ed Trust survey results. Dr. Provost.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen for this. Okay. To frame the survey results I'll be sharing tonight, let me explain this undertaking, which was approved as one of my evaluation goals for this year. It lies at the convergence of two paths I've been following in my work to shift our district to do something rarely done in public education, which is to get great results for all students, including those who have historically not been well served. One path started with our most recent district review process. While noting many strengths, the final report noted, quote, systemic, structural, and cultural barriers in recent years continue to interfere with the district's ability to ensure access, equity, and engagement along the K-12 continuum, and recommended that, quote, we should conduct a series of expedited listening sessions with Northampton students. These listening sessions, attracting a broad base of students, should be structured to enlist their views on their educational experience in the district. Particular attention should be given to the culture of school environment, diversity and inclusion, curriculum, instruction, assessment, and support services. Data should be collected and used to frame an internal review of systems and practices identified as posing barriers, close quote. A few months after receiving the report, I attended the first annual Pursuit of Equity, Accountability, and Success PEAS conference. Key partners in that first conference included Amplify Latinx, the Massachusetts Department of Higher Education, the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education. There, I met Dr. Estela Ben-Simon, Director of the Center for Urban Education. I was intrigued by her work by what she called an equity scorecard, and the positive results she reported from institutions that had used the scorecard to involve stakeholders in their institutional change process. So I started a correspondence with her. As she learned more about what I was seeking, she eventually referred me to the Education Trust because they had more experience in the pre-K to 12 sector, whereas her work was mostly in higher education. In January of 2020, I started working with the Education Trust to plan the listening session process that was recommended in the district report. Also in January 2020, we started hearing reports of a novel coronavirus outbreak in China. Yet, as it became clear that the normal process of conducting focus groups would not be feasible in the midst of what eventually became a global pandemic, with our buildings closed to the public and students attending remotely, we turned to a survey methodology as the best way to enlist the views of students and their caregivers on the educational experience in the district. In the end, we gathered responses from 758 students in grades 7 through 12, which is about 59% of the students in those grades, as well as 489 caregivers, 174 teachers, and 14 administrators. The full 323-page analysis of the results has been included in your packet and will be posted on the website. Tonight, I'll be presenting just the key themes. I should say that I reviewed this overview with the Education Trust Director of Practice, who agreed that my summary is representative of the main findings. So let me start with strengths. The first strength is our overall school climate, which is one of the most important findings of the survey. In fact, the Director of Practice from the Ed Trust said it's extremely important, and this is probably what she said is the most important thing for school committee to get out of the report, that our overall school climate is safe, supportive, and respectful. The reason that's so important is the school climate is one of the great enablers of equity in our district. To go into a little more detail on that, I highlighted this first point. If you can only remember one point from this first theme, it should be this first one. Quote, overall, all students across all races, ethnicities, genders, grade bands, and schools felt they had at least one adult in their building they could go to for support. That's important because we now have more than a quarter of a century of education research pointing to the power of student-teacher relationships for enhancing both academic and social emotional outcomes. It's also an important indirect measure of teacher working conditions because for many teachers, many students, the adults they go to as a teacher, and prior research has shown that teachers are also likely to feel less isolated or vulnerable to burnout if they feel they have positive relationships to students, with students turning to them for help. Students of all racial and ethnic groups and genders also reported their administrators made students feel valued, and very few students reported feeling unsafe or experiencing bullying at school. To amplify an earlier point, the student survey was distributed in students in grades 7 to 12. So whenever I discuss the student perspective, bear in mind it's the student perspective for students in that age range. Caregivers also agreed that their child or children had at least one adult in their school they could go to. Caregivers of students from all grades were invited to participate in the survey. So the survey represents not only the caregiver results represent not only grades through 12, but the entire district. However, it should be noted that more than 90% of the caregivers who chose to participate were white. So the caregiver results may not be representative of all voices.
Dr. Provost?
Yes.
Could I just ask, would you prefer to have folks ask questions during the presentation or wait till it's over?
I can take them as it goes. I just can't see the hands, so if
I can monitor. I can monitor that. I just wanted to know what your preference was. Member Gold has a question, I believe.
Sorry, thanks. Yeah, and Dr. Provost, again, if you would refer to the wait to the end, I'm fine with that. Are you good? You good with now?
Good with now.
All right, cool. Could you go back to the previous slide, because that's quite a compelling statement. That one that you I'm sorry, the two more to the student one, the student perspective. Does that mean of the, I think you said 783 students that completed the survey, all 783 said they had at least one adult in the building to go for support? Is that the correct interpretation of that first bullet?
It was the overwhelming response. It may not have been representative of 100% of the students, but was a very high percentage. And I'll say that because this item is such a important indicator of school culture and later on student success, it's also a question that we ask in the SPIFFy survey. So we've been asking this question through the SPIFFy survey for many years and consistently are getting this same result, that students feel they have at least one adult in the building they can go to.
Thank you for that clarification. Thanks.
Member Goldman?
Thank you. Member Levy would like to make a comment.
Okay.
Thank you for raising your hand for me. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the difficulty. My question, Dr. Provost, is because I noticed this was an asterisk on a number of the slides that the strong majority of participants who are caregivers identify as white. I'm wondering what methods were used to try and get a broad participation in this survey. And once you saw that was the demographics of the participants, was there then anything done to try and perform more outreach?
So the main effort that we made was making sure that the survey was available in home languages of all of the families of our district. That actually became the work of several months. So we had, I believe in the end, about 16 different versions of the survey and all the home languages that were represented. And we did involve our EL PAC, I believe, in trying to get trying to enlist participation among parents. One thing that to your second point, that I wish we might have done differently is I didn't know who the participants were until the entire analysis was done. So we did not have the opportunity to do outreach to those families. However, next month, I'm going to be presenting some potential metrics for the district improvement plan, as you had requested, I believe at last month's meeting, not you, but the committee had requested at last month's meeting. And one of the proposed metrics we have is using the same survey and looking for improvements in some of the areas where we're seeing deficiencies, but also trying to increase the overall number of caregivers who participate in it. So we do have some strategies for outreach that we want to try next time we give it, but we have not been able to use those strategies with respect to this set of results.
Okay, thanks for that response. My hope is that, especially if this is going to be a tool that's used as a standard to compare as over time, that perhaps even though it's too late for this viewing of the data, perhaps there's outreach that could be done now to get higher participation amongst folks who hold historically marginalized identities. I think that's a hugely important population to hear from. And I think, I think there's been a bit of a pattern here in terms of lack of participation in surveys. And so I would hope that we could be a little more proactive moving forward to ensure we're really thinking about our outreach methods if sending an email and translating isn't actually getting the participation we're looking for. Thanks.
Yeah, I agree. And so one of the strategies that we're thinking about for the next version of this, it really relies on face-to-face. So I think that will be when schools reopen. I think the next opportunity we'll have to really try to make a push to include more people in this survey and get their input will be during open houses, which traditionally have drawn huge sections of our parent population, especially at the elementary level. So
thank you. Member Seraphy Cox has her hand up.
Just a question to kind of understand I'm looking at the longer version, the 323-page version that has graphs of the demographics of respondents, and it shows that of the student demographics, that 76% of the respondents were white, and then it shows the other ethnic and racial categories broken out. Do you have a sense of that's the N, the 758? Do you have a sense of what those numbers would be for the total population so that we can kind of get an idea of how representative this sample actually is of our student population?
Yes, so with respect to the overall racial makeup of our student population, it tracks very closely. The one group who I would say is underrepresented in the student responses are students who identify as male.
Okay. Appears that's all the hands we have right now, Dr. Provost.
Okay. So moving on to the teacher perspective. Teacher results also include responses from all grade levels. You remember that students reported building leadership made all students feel valued. The teacher question was slightly different. They were asked whether building leadership treated all students fairly and equally. Here you can see that teachers were much more likely to agree or strongly agree than to disagree or strongly disagree on the question of whether building leadership treated students fairly and equitably. Teachers were also asked to weigh in on whether families of all races and ethnicities were actively encouraged to participate in their child's education. As you can see, teachers strongly endorsed the statement. Again, these are combined results for teachers from all grades and schools in the district. The next strength is particular to the high school, in which both students and caregivers felt that if students were provided opportunities for rigorous coursework needed to prepare them for acceptance into the college of their choice. In fact, our students' performance on AP exams placed Northampton High in the top 5% nationally of high schools on the college ready performance dimension of US News World Report's 2021 high school rankings. As you can see, students endorsed the rigor of the high school curriculum and other college preparatory resources by overwhelming majorities. Students were 4 to 5 times more likely to agree than disagree that they had access to advanced courses if they wanted them. By a similar majority, high school caregivers felt their children were currently enrolled in the right courses they needed to prepare for college or the career of their choice. Teachers were asked whether students had access to resources in the building that would direct them to the courses they should be taking in preparation for college application. By a large majority, teachers reported that students had access to the critically important information without having to search for it outside the high school. These perceptions of the high school's success preparing students for post-secondary education also match data we have concerning actual college attendance. For example, 77.5% of our 2019 graduates were still attending institutions of higher education this fall, as compared to the statewide average of 72.2%. Maybe I'll just pause there, ask if there are any questions on that piece for doing the next strength. Okay. The next strength was that our educators hold high expectations for all students. This is a critically important evidence-based strategy for promoting equity. The New Teachers Project has done a lot of work on the issue of expectations. Through extensive classroom observation, they found that lower expectations were often evident, not in Northampton, but in schools where they were conducting their research, in classrooms where there were more students of color, students from low-income families, or students with disabilities, and that the lowering of expectations was one of the key drivers of inequity in school systems. I'm happy to say that we don't see that in our own data. To the contrary, students from all grade bands, races, and ethnicities in our district said teachers demonstrate a belief that all students can be academically successful and hold high expectations for all students. Teachers were asked if students, oops, sorry, I'm moving on. That was backwards. I'm sorry. Our multiracial students did, however, feel less confident that all students were judged fairly for their academic performance. I'll have more to say about that when I talk about transparent and fair assessment practices later on. High school caregivers also overwhelmingly reported that at least one person in the high school believed in their child's ability to pursue post-secondary education. However, as we noted before, caregiver sample was predominantly white, so may not be representative of all caregiver experiences. Any questions on that before I move on to the next strength? Okay. The next strength is teacher support, development, and collaboration. To quote from the OECD publication, Empowering and Enabling Teachers to Improve Equity and Outcomes for All, quote, although education systems have become very complex and many factors have an impact on student outcomes, teachers are the most influential factor in school systems. What matters most is how they teach and for how long they teach, and how they motivate students, and how they demand high standards from all students while taking their individual differences into account, close quote. A study from the New Teachers Project has identified providing teachers with regular feedback to support their growth, identifying opportunities for teacher leader roles, and putting teachers in charge of something that's important as some of the most effective strategies for retaining top performing teachers. In the Northampton Public Schools, teachers and administrators agree that there are these strong supports in place for our teachers. At all grade levels, teachers agree or strongly agree they're supported to execute their duties and to take ownership of their learning and growth, and feel they have the opportunity to offer input at both the building and the district level. However, they were neutral on whether they have input into decisions that impact their job. It seems at the more granular level, we could make some shifts to enhance teacher agency at the level of their own individual job functions, rather than just at influencing policies at the school level or at the district level. Administrators also felt teachers in our district are encouraged to take leadership roles within their buildings and across the district. I can just add on this. We're currently in the process of conducting interviews for the next curriculum director. And I can tell you that one of the things that's coming out of that discussion is the importance of having a curriculum director who supports the work that's been done to develop leadership opportunities for teachers in the district. Any questions on that before we move on to the next strength?
No questions, Dr. Provost.
No questions? Okay.
I don't see any hands.
The next strength is innovative instruction. Engagement is critical for students to achieve at the highest level, and students are more likely to engage with content when students are offered choices, when the material has relevance for the learners, when they can see connections to the real world, and when it connects to their interests. We're blessed to have a Northampton Education Foundation, which supports innovative projects, much as they did earlier in this meeting, a teaching core, and an administrative leadership team that are all aligned in their interest to support innovative instruction. Teachers report that they feel encouraged to implement innovative instruction at both the building and the district levels. Administrators also agree that innovative instruction is supported in their buildings and by the district, though not quite as much by the district as in their buildings. The next strength is extracurricular learning opportunities. Although I believe examining patterns of student achievement, although I believe examining differences in patterns of student achievement and taking steps to reduce those differences is an important part of our district's equity work, providing all students with access to a rich, humane, and fully rounded education goes well beyond scores on standardized tests. In fact, as you will see when I bring the metrics you've requested for our district improvement plan, one of the proposed measures will be to increase the percentage of students in all subgroups who are taking at least one arts course, and increasing the percentage of students who complete an innovation pathway or earn the seal of biliteracy. I'm also happy to say our district offers many learning opportunities that go beyond the classroom, that more than 80% of the students in our district are currently enrolled in at least one arts course, and that rates of participation in arts education is similar for students of all racial groups. As you can see, these opportunities to learn beyond the classroom expand as our students get older. I don't think there's anything surprising in that. As the ages of students increase, the amount of opportunities that we're able to provide outside of the classroom increase as well.
Dr. Provost, Member Fallon has her hand up.
Sure.
Member Fallon?
Can you just clarify when this survey was done?
January of this year.
So do you think it skewed the results at all? I just keep thinking for parents who are new to the district and who don't know what pre-pandemic offerings were, when you talk about extracurricular offerings, like I keep thinking how results might have been different if this survey hadn't been offered during the pandemic. Do you think that there's a significant difference that we would see anywhere?
The pandemic impacted everything. I'm absolutely certain that, there are effects of the pandemic that show up in these results. I can't, begin to sort of say which ones might be more impacted or less impacted. I think it was across the board.
Okay. Yeah, it just, for some reason, when the extracurriculars for sure, they brought it to my mind. And then I thought, well, clearly there, I wonder where else it's really had a strong effect on how people responded.
Yeah. So all the foregoing items were strengths or enabling conditions for greater equity in the district. Next, I'll talk about our areas of growth, or what could be considered barriers to greater equity in the district. The first of those is the cultural relevance of our curriculum. A major focus of the last district improvement plan, as you know, was establishing a comprehensive pre-K to 12 curriculum. An important focus of the new DIP will be to revise that curriculum to make it more culturally relevant. You've helped us start that work with the approval of funds for the new middle school social studies curriculum and the new Black Studies course at NHS, which has already enrolled 60 students over for the next year. But this will be, I think, an ongoing effort over the next 3 years of the district improvement plan. Only about half of our 7th to 12th graders said that our curriculum reflects multiple races, ethnicities, genders, and perspectives. And as you can see, the responses of students from the two schools varied considerably, with a much higher proportion of middle school students reporting receiving culturally sustaining curriculum as compared to their high school counterparts. There's almost twice as much support for the statement that students saw themselves in the curriculum at the middle school than at the high school. When asked about their own skills implementing culturally relevant instruction and whether they'd been trained to identify and disrupt deficit thinking about students and their families, teachers were quite neutral. With respect to culturally relevant instruction, you can see that the modal response was somewhat skilled. And when you look at deficit thinking, you can see that it was almost even split into thirds, with about a third of the teachers responding that they had been trained to disrupt deficit thinking, a third saying they weren't, and a third who could neither agree or disagree with that statement. Teachers also overwhelmingly expressed a need for more district professional development on culturally relevant instructional practices. Administrators were generally neutral on the question of whether teachers had been trained in the use of culturally relevant practices or likely to use those practices in their schools. They were, however, more positive on whether students could see themselves in many places throughout the building.
Dr. Provost, Member Gold had a question. I apologize.
Sure.
Get myself unmuted.
Just a thought and a question, I'm sorry. Is all of this quantitative data in the sense of there's like multiple choice questions? Is there any qualitative data that you guys were able to collect or the trust survey collected in terms of why students were like descriptions as to why they said that they were very likely or unlikely on some of these questions? You know, like that they were trained or they weren't trained, you know what I mean? Like, was there descriptors included by teachers and students and caregivers, or just multiple choice questions?
This is a quantitative survey. It certainly points to the direction for more discussion within the district to try to get the more qualitative data that you're talking about. Okay, so our next growth opportunity was fair treatment and clarity in assessment. This also is something that's been identified as a priority in our new district improvement plan. Almost a third of high school students report that students from other races or ethnicities have to work harder than their peers to be seen as academically capable. Since about 76% of the students who took the survey were white, for most of our responders, the students of other races would be students of color. It's noteworthy that this perception is much more prevalent among high school students as opposed to middle schoolers. There's also a question that asks students simply whether they were judged fairly for their academic performance. On this item, Hispanic and Latino students and multiracial students expressed an ambivalence about whether they were graded fairly that was not seen among white students. Caregivers of middle school students reported that grading practices were very clear. However, about a third of caregivers of students at all grade levels felt grading practices were only somewhat clear, and almost a quarter of caregivers at the high school found grading reporting not so clear. It also seems that caregivers only sometimes receive information about how assignments will be graded. Again, you can see that seems to increase as we get to the older students in the higher grades. And many parents found the connection between the assessment information they receive and what is required for students to demonstrate mastery on MCAS not to be so clear or not clear at all. Administrators were also ambivalent about how well teachers were measuring students' mastery of standards. So that brings us to our next growth opportunity, which is high school counseling services. As I already noted, our college preparatory program is a district strength. However, our adjusted graduation rate of 94% indicates that we're not succeeding with all students. Prior to discussing this publicly, I met with the guidance department to review the results and discuss next steps. A major theme of that discussion, which was based mainly on their ideas for improvement, was the counselors' desire for greater alignment between the middle and high school guidance departments. They explained that they're best able to help students when they are already engaged in actively exploring college and career options, and that high school counseling services have been too heavily weighted toward assisting students with college application process towards the end of their high school career. They'd like to begin those conversations earlier and focus on building students' facility with Naviance, which is our guidance software package. It's a tool that helps students identify college and career pathways. This may have been an especially difficult year. Again, to Member Fallon's point, building counselor-student relationships due to COVID, it should be noted that when reviewing this finding, it should be noted that this could be an especially difficult year because of the influence of COVID. Nevertheless, counselors are interested in changing the paradigm for counseling. That some of the ideas that they've already come up with include structuring meetings with students during flex block, using the mornings of half-day teacher work days to engage students in college and career workshops, because sometimes that might be more effective than just running shorter blocks. Another idea that came up is abandoning the practice of giving students in untested grades a late start on MCAS days and using that time instead for class meetings with a college and career focus. The student perspective suggests a need for greater counselor communication and contact. Fewer than half of students reported being shown the difference between courses needed for graduation and those needed to be accepted into the college of their choice. Now, our course of study lays out the coursework required for acceptance at Massachusetts State Universities and UMass. However, about half of our students go on to attend private colleges or universities. The program advises students to consult the materials from colleges and universities they may apply to when making their course selection choices. So I think students may need some more direct support, at least initially in their high school coursework. Initially to plan their coursework based on their potential college applications. And especially since, we have this dynamic where we lay out a very clear path that matches the plan for half of students, but there is no plan laid out for the half of students that go on to private school. So this could be a reflection of that. About a quarter of students strongly disagree that counselors are available if needed, and a similar percentage report that they never met with their guidance counselor. I think this area supports the idea of redesigning the delivery of high school counseling services with contact distributed over the student's entire high school career, instead of being focused on the final stages of their time with us, which is the current model and would produce this result. If you're not an 11th or 12th grader, it is very unlikely, or quite unlikely that you would have met with your counselor yet. Caregivers also reported a lack of contact with their students' guidance counselor. When asked if they partner with their guidance counselors to support students in being prepared for graduation, a large proportion of teachers said it was something they only sometimes do. Again, this suggests that different protocols or practices could be useful to enhance collaboration between teachers and counselors. And administrators also responded neutrally when asked whether guidance counselors regularly communicate with caregivers and students about what is necessary for them to be prepared for the college or career of their choice.
There's a hand from member Gold, Dr. Provost.
Sorry if you mentioned it, but did you speak to yet the workload of the current counselors in terms of like the student to counselor ratio, you know, like, and how that impacts it?
Yes, so in fact, it was one of the areas that was suggested when we had our follow-up meeting with the Ed Trust. They had suggested that we try to achieve a certain target of student to counselor ratio. We actually already have a much more favorable student to counselor ratio in our district than the recommended number. So then the focus became on some different things that could be taken off the counselors' plates so that they could focus on more contact with students. But I'll say that also it really comes down to protocols and practices. Part of our conversation was, how can they have more time with students as freshmen? You know, how can they build structures into the school year that or the school day that really allow them to have a focused contact with students that's initiated by the counselor instead of initiated by a student who's applying to college. So I think it's going to be the structural changes that are going to allow us to make some movement on this area. Certainly through the budget, we've added a counseling position at the high school, and that will help. And we've also, as a part of that meeting that I was alluding to earlier, the principal met with them to show them some things that we could take off the counselor's plate. So hopefully the combination of all of those things will help. But I really think the game changer here is going to be building structures into the school day and school year that initiate contact from the counseling side for students who are earlier on in the process rather than later on in the process.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Next growth opportunity is addressing family concerns equitably, which is priority in the district improvement plan. In fact, the first objective of the first goal of our district improvement plan is to engage caregivers, students, and community members with a formal ongoing feedback mechanism to identify issues and concerns that creates differentiated opportunities for family voice and engagement. Although we did not have the results of the survey when we were writing the DIP, developing processes and protocols to enhance two-way communication with stakeholders came out as an important strategy for us to pursue. And here's the data that supports that was a good area to focus on. It's important to note that caregivers feel they have knowledge about the district, are able to connect with their school, and that their input is actively sought. However, a large portion of caregivers found the district only somewhat responsive to the concerns and opinions that they share. Administrators were asked how equitably teachers are in seeking caregiver participation in their child's education. Although the wording of the neutral choice on this item is somewhat confusing, the responses show that administrators feel there is room for improvement in providing caregivers equal opportunities to participate in their child's education. And that brings us to the next growth opportunity, which is ensuring that all students feel valued in class. We had one earlier that said, do teachers have high expectations for all students, which they do. This question is slightly different. It's, well, do they feel valued in the class? So our district improvement plan calls for us to address how systemic practices and educators and staff members' implicit biases affect how they discipline students, which is an important corrective for this result when you see what's included in the item. So administrators were asked how equitably when administrators were asked a similar question, they were more likely to feel, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong one. When students were asked if teachers valued all students in their classes, the results varied by race and grade level of the students. While the result was generally positive in the aggregate, Hispanic and Latino students and multiracial students were more likely to disagree that teachers valued all students in their classes, and white students at the high school were more likely to disagree that teachers valued all students in their classes. And while students mostly agreed or strongly agreed that they could personally share their ideas in the classroom and across the building, they were more likely to disagree or to strongly disagree that all students could advocate for themselves without punishment. Administrators were asked a similar question. They were more likely to feel that students could voice concerns without receiving negative consequences from adults in the building, but more than a third of administrators were not so sure if that was true. The next growth opportunity is fostering student academic engagement. At the time of our last district review, the DESE staffers who observed our classrooms found the highest level of student engagement in the elementary schools and the lowest level of engagement at the high school. Academic engagement also emerged as a major focus for our district improvement plan. It is one of the 4 levers of change that carry through all 4 goals, and there are many objectives specifically tied to student engagement. Students told us lack of engaging schoolwork was the main factor that made focusing on schoolwork challenging. 53% of middle school students and 66% of high school students reported disengaging schoolwork as a factor making it difficult for them to focus. So, while students found the work to be rigorous and challenging, they did not necessarily find it to be interesting. The next opportunity is clarifying discipline practices. As you know, we've spent countless hours developing and educating our staff on the revision of our code of conduct. In spite of this, there's still a great deal of uncertainty about the fairness of discipline practices in the district. It's not that students or caregivers think our discipline practices are unfair. They don't, but they don't say that they're fair either. We have a large group of students and caregivers who neither agree nor disagree. They're quite neutral on the question. The response from teachers is similarly ambivalent, with equal number of teachers agreeing and disagreeing that students are disciplined fairly, with the largest number of teachers neither agreeing or disagreeing. Administrators were asked a different question. They were asked how clearly they understood why discipline disparities exist in their building. While half of the administrators were very clear or extremely clear, half were only somewhat clear. The next growth opportunity brings us back to a discussion from earlier this evening, which is establishing a clear framework for addressing incidents of bias. This is also something that's part of the district improvement plan, and as I said, is part of a potential school committee policy. On questions concerning deficit thinking, bias, and prejudice, teachers appeared trained, believed themselves skilled, competent, and likely to address bias, prejudice, or racism. However, they rarely engage in conversations with a colleague or a leader who may have exhibited bias, prejudice, or racism towards students, caregivers, or leaders. They were also uncertain as to whether there is a process to address teachers who treat students, families, or leaders, or other teachers in a biased, prejudiced, or racist manner. On this item, administrators were more positive and clear, saying that they were likely to address colleagues and or teachers about their bias or prejudice towards students and caregivers, and that the district had trained teachers on how to address colleagues who exhibit bias or prejudice towards students or caregivers. Administrators play a major role in planning professional development and in enforcing the district's many anti-discrimination policies, so it does not surprise me to see them responding more positively than the teachers on these items. The next growth opportunity is to provide professional development and foundational literacy skills. We also have an opportunity to enhance the equity of our system by using evidence-based literacy practices. This is a timely finding because Massachusetts has just issued its first guideline on literacy strategies to be used in the Commonwealth to prevent reading failure. This document is something everyone should read. It's an excellent summary of the empirical evidence concerning the most effective ways to help the broadest range of students reach the highest levels of reading achievement. It also has extensive references for those who want to dig more deeply into the evidence base of the science of reading. I believe the new guidelines will powerfully influence how reading is taught in Northampton and across the Commonwealth, and getting more students to higher levels of reading achievement is going to be a very powerful equity strategy. We asked teachers if they were trained in the science of reading to build foundational literacy skills. 55% of elementary teachers felt they were. 42% of middle school teachers felt they'd been trained to support students who needed help to build foundational literacy skills, with almost as many feeling they'd been trained to develop literacy across the disciplines. However, fewer than 12% of high school teachers said they'd been trained on how to support students who needed to build foundational literacy skills. And I'll just say, when I was a high school teacher, I would have been among the 49% who disagreed or strongly disagreed they received this training. It is just not a part of teacher preparation programs that many high school teachers are graduating from. And I would even go farther and say that I would suspect that a large portion of the 12% of high school teachers who say they have been trained to support students in foundational literacy skills were probably special education teachers. Even within the new guidelines, there's a heavy emphasis on instruction in the primary grades. However, I want to highlight this statement, which is going to become very important over the next few years. This is from the new Massachusetts guidelines, quote, "Participants noted the important role of a robust curriculum and universal Tier 1 support in preventing and addressing reading challenges. Stakeholders described a critical need for research-based curriculum that feature clear and systemic instruction in foundational reading skills, including phonemic awareness and phonics. Participants considered thoughtful integration of dyslexia screening tools with rigorous classroom instruction in the general education setting as essential to addressing students struggling in reading. Stakeholders expressed concern regarding potential over-identification of students with special education and recommended that the dyslexia guidelines thoughtfully address instruction across the tiers and across the grade levels from preschool through the secondary level in the general education setting." So from this, it's clear that knowledge of evidence-based practices to build foundational literacy skills and support students who need that work is going to be an important part of the equity program in Northampton. Next is supporting students who do not want to attend a traditional four-year college. It's sometimes the case that a positive quality or strength for an organization has a shadow side. And that's the case here. While Northampton High School offers an excellent college preparatory experience, options are limited for students who do not want to attend a traditional four-year college after high school. So the recommendations from Ed Trust were to consider providing career and technical education offerings and expanding internship opportunities for students with local employers. Last Friday, I believe we saw the culmination of our first efforts in this area with the graduation of 5 students who had completed the IT innovation pathway at high school. This is our first group of graduates from the innovation pathway, and the classes that are following have many more students than the ones in the vanguard. I think we can also address these recommendations by continuing to expand enrollment in our innovation pathway and also creating new pathways for students who want to enter the workforce or do something other than study at four-year college when they graduate from the high school. The area that I think is particularly ripe for this, considering our local context and the resources in our area, as well as the workforce demands for the Valley, is healthcare and counseling. Those are considered two branches off the same career pathway. And I think that over the course of the next several years, I hope to bring forward plans to develop new pathways in those areas so that we can expand options for students who are not planning on attending a four-year college and wish to still have a relevant high school experience. So now let me turn to my reflections on what this suggests about status of our district overall. I'm encouraged, extremely encouraged, to see that students, teachers, administrators, and caregivers all find our schools provide positive, supportive, and a helpful climate with high expectation for all students, and that they feel they have rich opportunities for co-curricular and extracurricular learning opportunities. These are characteristics that consistently turn up in effective schools literature, and these are also things that have been consistently valued by our local community. In my opinion, our most extensive and meaningful opportunity for enhancing excellence and equity lie within the instructional core. A major goal, as I said, of our last district improvement plan was to develop the district curriculum aligned to grade and subject and grade level standards. Our new DIP directs us to review and revise the curriculum to make sure that it is inclusive of multiple identities, affirming of home cultures, and representative of multiple perspectives so that students develop a depth of knowledge, skills, and values needed to live in a pluralistic society. I'm taking that language right from Lentz and Billings. Tightening up communication around assessment practices and assessments themselves would also support greater equity to the extent that everyone understands how students will be assessed and the assessments themselves are as free from bias as possible. I hope increasing proportions of students and caregivers will feel that students are being evaluated fairly. Combining the results of the survey with classroom observations conducted by DESE staffers as part of our last district review, we now have reports from the observers as well as the students themselves saying the work is not so engaging. I believe that returning from approximately a year of online learning will require us to reestablish some instructional muscles that might have atrophied over with the difficulties of trying to teach online. We'll need to reestablish fast-paced, highly motivating learning experiences that draw connections to real world and students' own experiences. As is strongly suggested in the Massachusetts Dyslexia Guidelines, another instructional core piece will be to make sure that all students receive evidence-based reading instruction within a multi-tiered system of support so that more and more students can reach reading mastery. Finally, this will be the one statement I read verbatim. Whoops, keep it there. This is also from the Dyslexia Guidelines. An understanding of basic literacy development is strongest among elementary school teachers and declines among teachers of older students. The new Massachusetts Dyslexia Guidelines clarify, quote, teachers across all tiers of instruction are responsible for delivering evidence-based supported practices to students with and without dyslexia. Instruction at each tier should be fully aligned with consistent teaching and practice strategies so students learn reading skills to mastery. So we'll be talking a lot about that in the upcoming years. Another piece is while we're improving practices in the instructional core, it's also important to integrate high school counseling services into the experiences of students so that they are more aware and better prepared to take advantages of the opportunities that await in college and careers. As I discussed tonight, we're already working on some ways that we can go about redesigning the counseling process. I believe clarifying the district's discipline practices and ways of responding to incidents of bias is mainly a matter of education and communication. The district has many instruments and processes for addressing behavior that violates the code or any of the district's anti-discrimination policies. However, the procedures are sometimes complex, and the end result of a complaint is not often able to be shared with the person making the complaint due to privacy concerns. But I believe we can remove some of the uncertainty about this through direct and explicit communication and education concerning our processes with respect to discipline and responses to bias. Even before receiving the results or developing our new DIP, increasing our responsiveness to student and caregiver concerns was an important goal to us. So much so, we created the position of Family and Student Engagement Coordinator as part of the FY20 budget. I've mentioned before that the administrative leadership team and union president is currently enrolled in a 2-year culturally responsive leadership practices academy. As part of that academy, we were required to design and implement some kind of culturally responsive intervention project. We are using our CLRP project to help launch the work of our new Family and Student Engagement Coordinator. So you'll be hearing more about our project at future meetings. And I think that will help us to design a new framework and a new set of protocols for responding to students and caregivers that allow us to have greater outreach to families right now who voices we're not hearing. The next item is, I just want to say that I feel that this is the fruition of what was a multi-year process. I'm not going to read this quote. I've already read it once. When we received our district review report, this was the direction we were given quite explicitly from the state. And I remember at the time of my exit interview, feeling somewhat frustrated in not having a clear enough grasp of some of the barriers present in our system, not in our society or in our economy, but in our school system that was preventing students from succeeding at the highest levels. But now I feel that I'm very clear on that. I feel not only have we identified those barriers, and I could tell them to any member of the public or any member of DESE, but I've also identified the enabling conditions that'll help us surmount those barriers. So to just review those, our enabling conditions are the school climate, strong college prep program, high expectations for all students, teacher support, development and collaboration, innovative instruction and extracurricular opportunities. And those are the things that are going to give us some momentum to overcome these barriers. Insufficient culturally sustaining curriculum and practice, limited teacher training and foundation literacy, lack of clarity in possible bias in teacher assessment practices, limited contact with guidance counselors, lack of equitable responsiveness to caregiver concerns, lack of clarity concerning student discipline processes, lack of clarity concerning the district response to incident of bias, and limited support for students who don't want to attend a four-year college. I am happy that many of the strategies in our district improvement plan are going to directly attack one or more of these barriers. And I'm happy that we can now say, this is what it is. These are probably the main barriers preventing us from achieving a more equitable district, because having them clearly identified makes it easier for us to work on them in a very deliberate and relentless way. And so let me just offer my final thought on the predominance of neutral responses, especially neutral responses among the school staff. And this is just speculation, but in part not speculation because I was talking about my own responses and I know why I responded the way I did. But when I was filling out my version of the survey, was neutral on a lot of things. And my reason why was that I know we had done a tremendous amount of work over the course of the past 5 years to create a more equitable district. But I also know that we have a lot of work ahead of us. And so I felt that we were sort of in the middle of a journey, and I felt that it was right to respond neutrally because of that. So I shared that with members of the alt team and with our consultant from Ed Trust when we were just talking about the results, and asked them what their reasons were. Many administrators said that they also responded neutrally for a similar reason. And, the person we had from the Ed Trust said that was an important statement to make and really wanted me to share with the community that we have done a lot of work. We've done so many things that other districts haven't done to create equity in our district. In fact, we've just had another DESE audit for another program. And one of the things that they were commenting on at this exit interview was how far ahead of many other districts we are in terms of the equity work. But with all that being said, I just gave you a long list of barriers, which means that we have a lot of more work to do. So that's my feeling about my neutral responses that I made. I think that may be representative of neutral responses made by many employees. And I think it may be a good way of locating us on the map of where we are in this journey to try to create a more equitable school district.
Thank you very much, Dr. Provost. I know that was there's a longer version of that, but what a incredibly substantive report. So thank you. Do school committee members have comments or questions? Raise hands and be happy to recognize you. Member Busansky. Member Busansky, there you go. You're muted.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Provost, for this report. I guess I'm wondering, in terms of when next year, when we do work harder to get sort of more of voices into this process that we haven't heard from so far, seeing as it was, mostly white caregivers, I guess a little bit more diverse in terms of students. I just wonder how you're going to sort of incorporate those responses. We're sort of making a lot of determinations on this presentation, but it seems like there's still a lot to hear from other people who weren't represented in this survey that might change what we're discovering and how we want to respond to it.
Great question. So one of the things that we will be doing just operationally to try to include more folks is paper and pencil and at in-person events. So I think that may help us gather voices from folks who were did not respond to this opportunity. And if that turns out to show us a different picture of the district, then we'll have to shift our strategies. If it turns out that some of the barriers aren't really barriers, or that there are other barriers that maybe pop up because of the new results that we see, then we'll have to make adjustments. So, one of the things that I've always said about long-term plans like district improvement plans is that nobody has a perfect crystal ball to see what the needs are going to be 3 years in advance. So, they provide a good direction, but can't be, perfectly followed to the letter. It has to be a process of taking in new information as it becomes available and making adjustments if you find out that some of your assumptions were wrong.
Right. Okay. And then my other question is about students who are not interested in a four-year college path. And I appreciate, I've always kind of wonder if the real answer is to therefore embed more career opportunities in high school, or is it that we just need a stronger guidance program geared towards helping students who don't want to go on to four-year college find other vocational institution, vocational paths, other career paths, etc.?
So I think it's both. I don't think it's an either or. There are also some limited opportunities in the world of vocational and technical education, right? I can say we are fortunate to have Smith Voc in our city, and we have a number of students who attend, but not all students necessarily who want to attend a traditional vocational school. It's not like students either want to attend a traditional vocational school or go to a four-year college. Some students want to attend our high school, but also receive some kind of training that would prepare them for something maybe that's not offered in any of the shops they see at Smith. So it's both.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, sorry about that. Having technical difficulties over here as well. Thank you for this. I really appreciated how you highlighted as you were going through which of the either the strengths or the opportunities were highlighted in the district improvement plan. Can you, like that slide that listed kind of the barriers as you were talking about them, can you kind of maybe go through those barriers just on that one slide and kind of say which of them are addressed in the district improvement plan and which you think maybe aren't addressed as well?
Sure.
So that, you know, that same sort of iterative process would have to be involved.
Sure. So creating more culturally sustaining curriculum is core to the district improvement plan. Teacher training in foundational literacy skills is not addressed much in the district improvement plan. So I think that will come through other district improvement efforts. I think it'll come mainly through the requirement to implement the state's new dyslexia guidelines. The lack of clarity and potential bias in teacher assessment practices is strongly in the district improvement plan. There's several items that talk about clarifying communication between teachers and caregivers, and also involving students in self-assessment. So if we can get teachers, students, and their caregivers all involved in the process of assessment, I think they'll understand the final grades better. Limited contact with guidance counselors is not addressed in the DIP. I think that will most likely come through in a school improvement plan from the high school. The lack of equitable responses to caregiver concerns is strongly in the DIP. As I mentioned, it's the first item under the first goal. Not that they're listed in order of importance, but it's right there front and center. Lack of clarity concerning discipline practices is included. It's a couple of items in goal number 3, I believe. Lack of clarity concerning the district response to instance of bias is also an item. I think that's a very discrete item. As I mentioned, I think it's a matter of really direct and explicit instruction and communication around what our practices are. I think the new policy, if it's developed by or adopted by the school committee, will also really help with that. The limited support for students who do not plan to attend a traditional four-year college is included, I would say, because a goal of the district improvement plan is to create higher levels of student engagement, and creating the kinds of instruction that are missing right now for students who don't plan to attend four-year college, I think is right on the money to that. Just to share one of the, this is only anecdotal, but it's a story that stays with me because it hurts me. I remember hearing of It was actually a counseling meeting. It was pulling together some kids to learn more about the college application process, and a teacher encouraging some of her kids to go to the meeting. And they said, no, that's not for us. That's only for kids who want to go to college. And so I just think of, and I will say that those students happen to be students of color. And so I just wonder, how many other places within the high school curriculum kids are not feeling connected, kids are not feeling like we're responding to their needs. So all of those items that have to do with creating a more engaging instructional or learning environment, I think can be used to support creating more opportunities for kids who don't want to attend a traditional four-year college. I don't think it's just that. I think we want to see engaging learning opportunities all the way up and down the line. But I'll go back to the district review, which said the instruction at elementary school is really engaging, and at middle school is very engaging as well. But, their observations were that we have work to do in making the high school content more engaging.
Okay, Member Fallon.
Thanks. So Dr. Provost, I have not got a long-term view or historical view, and I don't know a lot about this, but I do want to ask you if there's been any consideration when I look at these numbers about the guidance department, about the number of students that report never having met with a guidance counselor, and the number of students saying that they strongly disagree that they have a counselor available. And then I hear you saying that our numbers exceed what the recommended numbers. I'm wondering if maybe have you considered reorganizing the guidance department rather than dividing it up alphabetically? If you considered creating an organizational chart that meets the individual needs of students, that takes more of a whole child approach, that you're guaranteeing that you are seeing those students their freshman year, rather than focusing more on the needs of those juniors who are looking at college, so that that every child's being seen, so that you're playing to the strengths of each individual counselor and each individual student's getting what they need.
Just to clarify something before answering your question, I didn't say that we exceed the ratios. I said our ratios are better. So I just want that piece clarified for the public. To your question,
I'm sorry, but how's that different? I don't.
Well, when you said exceed the ratio, what I thought you meant was that we had too many students per counselor.
No, I thought you meant, I meant we were better, like we're.
Okay, right. I just want to make sure we were on the same page with that.
Yeah, so it sounds to me like the problem isn't that we don't have the manpower. And so I'm thinking maybe the problem is that we're not utilizing what we do have in the best way that we could. And so maybe it's not dividing up students alphabetically so that counselors are having to divide up, service students who are freshmen, sophomores, juniors. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So what I'll share from my meeting with the counselors is that they felt that, the phrase they kept using were, we need to change the paradigm. So I think that they are very motivated to try to do things differently. We didn't speak specifically about whether we're going to maintain an alphabetical division or go to some other kind of division. What they spoke about directly and specifically was wanting to have more contact with students at an earlier age. They also talked about wanting to start the counseling process, the college and career counseling process in the middle school, so that students came to the high school with some more knowledge about what different options were and what the process of seeking out either information about potential college application processes or career requirements, so that basically that their engagement with them at the high school could be more focused on their needs rather than, as you said, focused right now at the 11th and 12th grade. What I remember very clearly, one of the first statements they made was, we have to get away from this idea of the time to start counseling is the second semester of 11th grade. So yes, to that whole idea of a new paradigm and reorganization. The issue about whether or not to do it alphabetically was not discussed specifically.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Gold.
General Co, thanks again for this presentation. Certainly was helpful that you were able to take the 300, I think, 23-page report and bring out the highlights and the important pieces for us. So I appreciate that. First question, just general, is there another survey like this planned? I mean, do they talk about how frequently to give this? Is it something that have you already said or decided if it's something you want to give again when we, if things are back where kids are actually back in school next year?
So there are two surveys. I think that we want to use components of this. I think we should keep doing the caregiver piece and possibly keep doing the school employee piece. For the student data, as you'll see when I come to talk to you about metrics for the new DIP, I think that the mass vocal survey is what we should use. That's something that we haven't talked a lot about. As for people who don't know, I'll just say, maybe for the public, vocal is it's a multidimensional student engagement survey that's packaged with MCAS. So students have an opportunity to participate in that when they do the state high stakes test. That has so much information. And you'll see when I talk to you about our results where we currently are on certain dimensions. And what my proposal is going to be is to see if we can make changes that result in students showing higher levels of all the positive things we want to see on the vocal survey. So I would say parts of this, we should continue to do on an annual basis. And what we should start to do to have a more explicit look at student perceptions on conditions in schools is really pay as much attention to the vocal as we pay to the academic side of the MCAS test.
Appreciate that. I have another question, but just on that one, I mean, I guess I could see, having seen the vocal test and just, knowing that after a student sits for a couple hours taking a academic test to be asked a 40-something question, quality of life within schools questionnaire at the end of the year, I don't know if that's going to give us the bang for the buck that maybe if something earlier on in the year. So I don't know if there's a way to, because I guess it'd be, my thinking is that, as Member Fallon and you discussed like the impact of COVID on this year and the data, I think it would behoove us to get some data earlier in the year on these similar questions. So I guess there's that. My second question is, sort of along the lines in whether we're using it again, but it sounds like you might not use it with students or, there is also that whole, I saw there was the recommendation to look into the neutrality, the level of neutrality and neutral answers that staff and students and caregivers were giving. And I guess my thinking, I agree with what you're saying, that some folks might take it as we've done a lot of work, but we got a lot of work to do. But often neutral votes are a response to, I don't know how to answer this, right? And so I wonder, because I remember you mentioned one of the questions was a little bit confusing the way they asked it. So I guess I'll just ask that before we use them again, can we just see if it's the right survey to use? But you've kind of answered that in some ways. My second piece, is this something, and sorry if you already stated it, that you've shared and the teachers have had with the teachers and they've had a chance to really dig in and get their own presentation on this, specific to middle school, specific to high school, specific to elementary school?
The only group of teachers that I've shared this, or I should say Unit A members or educators I've shared this with specifically were the high school guidance counselors, because that was such a sort of targeted finding. I will be sharing this the way I see this rolling out is sharing the results of this as a way to support the DIP, because so much of what's in here validates that the strategies that have been selected in the DIP are important, and there has to be an education effort around the DIP anyways, because we have to get everyone aligned around those goals. So I see these two going hand in hand as part of the whole process of convocation next year.
And if there is I think I know I would value as an educator to be able to kind of sit and look at just my cohort, right? Like look at just, get an idea about the whole district. But if I, as an elementary teacher, to really, they didn't get the survey, the elementary school teachers, but as a middle school teacher, probably like looking specifically at the middle school data on this, I think would be very informative and eye-opening. And I totally get what you're saying about the dip, but I think having not only sharing the data, but having a conversations with the teachers to get that qualitative response about like, why do we think we're seeing this? I could see being really valuable in the actions going forward. My last piece is regards to the dip and sort of what member Seraphy Cox was saying about connecting those barriers and what was the other piece? There was the positive one, the barriers, and then the
enabling conditions.
Yeah. I think it'd be helpful if you were able, and if it's not a lot of, sort of to put a little, there weren't too many. There was like there was 6 enabling and 3, 6, 8 barriers. I don't know if there's, numbering them and kind of like in the dip, putting a little footnote, footnote, like where you put a little number in the corner, like this barrier is covered by this action, because the dip has a whole lot of columns and actions and components. And so to be able to look at a goal and see that, for instance, the second barrier is addressed in goal 1, is again addressed in goal 2, is again addressed in goal 3 and 4. You know what I mean? I think that would really emphasize how the dip is directly addressing those barriers and enabling conditions. So they're maintaining the enabling conditions. So
good suggestion.
Okay. I don't see any other hands, so thank you very much, Dr. Provost, for that. I really appreciate it. And we'll now move on with the rest of the agenda. I'm actually going to go back up to item B, the vote to approve the NEF small grants. I believe Dale Melcher is now with us on the call. So Dale, if you wanted to go ahead and unmute, and I would ask you to please present the NEF Small Grant Awards as proposed. I'll try to unmute you. Dale, are you there? I'm giving Dale the unmute signal, but
okay.
Oh, there you are. Great.
Sorry, I'm in Wyoming and kids and dinner time and okay. Thank you all. I am here to ask for you to accept gifts in the form of small grants to teachers from the Northampton Education Foundation. I believe you all have the list of 7 grants that we would like to fund. We're offering a total of $19,050 to the following 7 grant applicants. I'm going to begin with the second one, Empowering Youth, How to Be Racist, How to Be Anti-Racist, which is year 2 of a grant at Jackson Street School. In year 2, the students and educators will continue to work with Tiffany Jewell, who is a Black biracial writer and anti-racist educator and consultant, to engage in anti-racist dialogue, learning, and practice. And this is in all grades at Jackson Street. Going up to the first grant, Empowering Youth Working to Be Anti-Racist, is the same project taken over to Bridge Street School, which expressed an interest in also working with Tiffany Jewell. So we are funding year 2 at Jackson Street and year 1 at Bridge Street. And we have encouraged the applicants to consider applying for an endowment grant next year, with the idea of extending this to the other 2 elementary schools. So we'll see what happens with that. The third grant is Building Resilience in Northampton Public Schools, the Onward Book Group. And this is for all educators at NPS. They're going to use the book Onward, Cultivating Emotional Resilience in Educators. And we're very excited about that grant. The fourth grant is called Underpass and Kids Need Art, and it's a collaboration between the art programs at JFK and the high school to work with a local artist, muralist, Kim Carlino, to develop a mural for hopefully the underpass leading into town from the new Rotary. And if they are unable to secure DOT approval for that, they will be coming to the school committee asking for permission to do a mural at either the high school or the middle school. And they're going to be working, I think, on those two possibilities simultaneously to ensure that there's time to carry out this project. The fifth grant is year 3 funding for a project called Finding Our Voices. It's a project we've been very excited to fund. It came out of the high school. Students Against Sexual Harassment is what SASH stands for. And it's created by and led by high school students who have worked in years 1 and 2 at the high school, and then with the elementary schools, and now with the middle school, to provide opportunities using the arts for kids to begin to talk about and deal with difficult issues, including harassment. Grant number 6 is to help create affinity support groups throughout the district. We understand that the district is supporting this with staff stipends, and we are going to pick up the rest of the cost of creating these different affinity groups and working collaboratively with the school system. The final grant is a very small grant. It's a grant for $400, but it was proposed by a graduating senior at the high school, and she has arranged for someone to pick it up after she leaves, which is to engage high school students in working with students at elementary schools and the middle school in engaging with STEM at an early age and being able to see STEM as something that would be interesting to them and as a possible not only academic pursuit, but as a career choice. And it was a very modest cost, and we really like the idea of it being initiated by a high school student and making these connections with the middle school students and the elementary school students. So 2 of these 7 projects were initiated by high school students, and we find that really exciting. So again, the NEF is pleased to offer this gift to the Northampton Public Schools, and we ask that you accept them.
Okay, thank you so much, Dale. Thank you, and especially I realize you're out of town and away, so thank you for carrying on the NEF mission, even in Wyoming.
Zoom makes it possible.
There you have it. So I would entertain a motion from a member of the committee to accept these gifts in the form of these NEF small grants.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made by member Seraphy Cox, seconded by member Fallon. Is there any discussion? If not, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Busansky,
Yes, with gratitude.
Member Fallon,
Yes, thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yeah.
I think I heard a yes. Member Condon,
Yes, thank you.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes, thanks very much.
Member Goldman,
Yes, thank you.
Member Gold,
Yes, and thank you very much.
and Mayor Norquist.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so the school committee gratefully accepts these gifts. And again, thank you, Dale, and thank you to the NEF board and all the volunteers on your committee, and as well as all the generous donors in the community who make these small grants possible. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, take good care. Okay, so now we are going to go back to the regular agenda order, and we will now move to item E in section 7, which is a vote to support Massachusetts House Bill HD 548, number 926, an act relative to improving pesticide protections for Massachusetts school children. This is an item that was recommended by Member Voss, who couldn't be here. So I believe Member Busanski will be speaking about it tonight. So I'll turn to Member Busanski.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I found out 2 days ago that I would be presenting this. So I'm going to try to do my best to provide the committee with as much information as I can. And I apologize for the last minute information sent around this afternoon, but again, I just went about sort of gathering more information for the committee and I passed it along as soon as I could. So let me just preface it by saying that while Budget and Property is looking at this issue of pesticide use, we first met on March 11th, 2020, I guess, 2 days before we shut down basically for the pandemic. We had a Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting on this subject. And we quickly after that decided, so we did some preliminary work on it, but not, we really had only just skimmed the surface. And then we quickly put that aside in order to deal with more pressing issues and make time for all the more pressing issues of the pandemic. And as you know, in our last meeting, we agreed to come back to it, and we had sort of wrapped this bill into it. Since then, as I mentioned earlier, we've been unable to schedule a meeting, and it looks like we won't be meeting till end of June or beginning of July. I also learned that the hearing date was July 13th. So the idea was to get this endorsement decision made in time for the hearing date, which has now actually, I just learned in the middle of the meeting, it looks like it's been moved to the fall, but I still believe there's good reason to support this now. But that is a little bit of new information that I wanted to share with everyone. And, and the other part of it is just that I want to decouple the issues in general, because I think the bill is separate from making our pesticides decision. One will inform the other, of course, but they're not one and the same. So we can endorse the bill without having our done all of the review of pesticides in the schools and how we want to move forward on that. Okay, so now a little bit more information. In our initial discovery in the Budget and Property Subcommittee meeting, and Member Gold, our superintendent, please, feel free to chime in since you were also there 16 months ago. But my recollection is that what Tony shared with us is that we use pesticides mainly on our playing fields and a little bit of Roundup, which is which is exactly the pesticide that they're trying to ban in this bill, on some kind of weeds, a little bit here and there elsewhere. So, and I know that Superintendent Provost sent around earlier tonight some kind of an estimate of it would cost $80,000 to make that change. I don't think we're quite there yet, Superintendent, of saying exactly how much it'll cost. But again, that is not exactly what this bill is about. That's a process we're undertaking to look at our pesticides use on school property and what it would take to actually not use those types of pesticides on school property. So in terms of the bill, I just wanted to add to the discussion that this has been endorsed by Representative Sabadosa and Senator Comerford. They both signed on to the legislation. I've emailed with both of them in advance of this meeting to confirm their support. And Representative Sabadosa was kind enough to really hurry and get that 2-pager that I sent around earlier this afternoon to me to share with you, that was put together by the sponsoring legislator, which I think is an interesting and useful overview of the bill. And I think the other really important thing in all of this to note is that that we have a Northampton City ordinance that was passed in 2019, which is called, hold on, I got a couple screens up here, so let me just make sure I can. Here we go, the City of Northampton, an ordinance requiring the use of organic pest management practices in the municipal places where children play. Quote, keeping children safe from pesticides, unquote. And this ordinance was put together after a lot of thought from the Select Committee on Pesticide Reduction, who put out a report in November of 2019, which is a very long report that you can find on the city's website. And so this bill from the state legislature really aligns with what the ordinance is. And it's ironic that we would have a citywide and school committee property does not fall under the purview of the city ordinance, which is why it's still an issue with the city, in our school district. But it is the keeping children safe from pesticides citywide ordinance. And it seems like we should really work to kind of align our goals and with our city ordinance that we have in our school district as well. So and that's what I present to you today. So I see the superintendent has his hand raised.
Dr. Provost.
The only update I have to offer, thank you for that great summary of our work. In the interim, since COVID, we have stopped using Roundup. So the herbicide we use now is a organic, I believe it's a citrus fruit based product, but that's the only new change since the last time we met.
That's a major change, Dr. Provost. But I guess we didn't get to our budget and property subcommittee meeting to have that discussion. So thank you for that update. So it seems all the more that this bill aligns with our city, which now aligns with our school practice, is what I'm hearing.
Not quite. I mean, we still do have some other product. We do use a pre-emergent for crabgrass control. But I remember at the time that the very concerning product we were using was Roundup, and we have gotten that out.
Great.
Member Gold.
Yeah, and if Member Basansky and Dr. Provost, you could help me remember. I think one of the things that was being shared by the folks that were maintaining the school fields and all that was that other districts that have tried, they brought up, I remember Amherst was brought up as having tried that, and it turned their fields, and I think the word like Dust Bowl was shared. And so there was concern from the Northampton's team that takes care of the fields that like we would go down the same path if we tried that. And so I do, I love the idea of, who couldn't really like the idea of not using pesticides, but I was struck by that being shared by them, that in a local district that did try it, they now can't even, some of their fields are unusable. I think I remember is what was said at the meeting. And so they were very hesitant to go align the schools to what the city is doing because of what they saw was happening in neighboring districts.
Right. And I think that's why I would just kind of urge us to consider this legislation separately from the work that we're doing in the Budget and Property Subcommittee to make this determination. I think Amherst is certainly one example, but Florence Fields is organically managed, and that looks like beautiful green grass to me. So there has to be something different going on. And so I just don't think we're there to make that determination yet on what's the best process or what even is the cost for moving forward. And that this legislation is, that was kind of my reason between trying to decouple them.
Okay, so again, just want to remind folks that we are focused on the question of endorsing this particular piece of legislation and not moving into a discussion of school pesticide policy, which wasn't on the agenda. Let's go to Member Fallon.
Yeah, I guess that was really my question. I understand what Member Busanski is saying. So by endorsing it, we're not binding ourselves into further action, right? We're just saying that, and typically when we, even if this were to pass, there would be usually a couple years because it would be essentially an unfunded mandate, right? Where for implementation before they don't just immediately say like, okay, you have to stop using it. if it's gonna cost us money, right? Sorry, I see Dr. Provost is waiting to talk.
I can give a direct answer to that question. I read the legislation earlier today. It was to go into effect 180 days after passage.
So,
though it says an act relative to improving pesticide protections for Massachusetts school children, but
Okay.
and you're, so I guess that's my only question is while we're saying we're decoupling it, then if it's going into effect 6 months after it passes and it's up for a vote potentially this year, it would be during this budget year that we could potentially be paying $80,000 to do
Well,
this? Or
we don't
when-
know that it costs $80,000, so I don't want to take
Oh,
that.
where did that
as a-
number come from?
I mean, that is what what the superintendent said, but I don't think we've gotten to that point where we've figured out how much it's going to cost. So I don't want us to stick to that number. But the other thing I want to say is this is going under some 2-year, it could take up to 2 years to even pass. So we're not talking 6 months from the first hearing. The first hearing, it's in committee,
Right.
it won't even be a vote, where, the timeline is much longer than what we're looking at. And from what I'm hearing from Dr. Provost is if we're already not using Roundup, then we have to look at some other pesticides, but that was really the main offenders, my recollection, on our own fields. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to really
Yeah.
clarify what we were doing
Yeah.
by voting in favor or against something, if we were binding ourselves essentially to something.
Good point, Member Fallon. Thank you. Let's go to Member Kaufman.
Yeah, I just want to add real quick that I think that I don't know who would be against this if it was a non-funding issue, if there was some type of alternative, which I know there is, organic or otherwise, to help. I'm sure there would be a terrific amount of support. The funding is the major issue, but if we can support the state, this sort of state legislation, it makes sense to me that as an unfunded mandate, that there would be an effort on the part of legislators to get some funding out to schools or otherwise to make it more doable, to ensure that people could abide by the law. So I would certainly be fully supportive of this avenue, and we can talk about whether this passes or not, and whether we as a district want to go ahead and take some other proactive stances could occur at a later time. So I certainly am anticipating voting for it if we get to a vote.
Excellent. Mr. Gold or Member Gold, your screen says Mr. Gold.
I swear I changed that once already.
No problem.
So I guess, I hear the idea of decoupling the two, but I also see sort of as Member Fallon was saying, but also like the impact potentially of us saying we support this bill when our maintenance team and Tony and them are saying that if we try this, our fields are going to turn into dust bowls. And so I guess considering that you said that we have until the fall for it to actually be voted on, I feel like it behooves us to maybe postpone the vote to the next meeting when we can ask Tony to come and talk to the whole school committee about this bill and what, aligning Northampton's schools to this bill would mean for us, and maybe getting a better idea of what the actual cost would be. So that would be I guess motion. I guess I would make a motion to postpone the vote to the next meeting, and we would invite, if possible, I don't know Dr. Provost, they're available, but Tony and his team to give us feedback on the bill prior to our vote. So that's a motion there.
Okay, so there's a motion to postpone consideration of this measure. Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. Member Busanski, you have your hand up.
Thanks. I'm supportive of postponing it now that the date for the hearing has been pushed to the fall, and I learned that in the middle of this meeting. So I think it gives us a little bit more time. I would like to, I also think it gives us more time in Budget and Property Subcommittee to talk to Tony and look at the price, et cetera. But I don't know that, so maybe we could kind of keep that at the Budget and Property Subcommittee level. Though I don't know that we will be meeting by July 8th, I guess, is our next meeting. But, you know, I think there's a lot more people that we need to talk to than just Tony. It's a bigger issue about how we could go about not using pesticides on our playing fields and on our school property, because again, Amherst is one example, Florence Fields is another example. There's a lot of other school districts other than Amherst that do not use pesticides on their playing fields. We have a city ordinance that clearly states in order to keep children safe, we shouldn't use pesticides. And yet on our school property, we're using pesticides. We just learned about Roundup tonight. So I'd like to postpone it till the next meeting, but I really think actually, to be honest, we probably have till even August to bring this back to the committee for a vote. And maybe by then we could have Budget and Property convene.
Okay, so I've got a few more hands. So are you suggesting that?
I guess I'm suggesting a friendly amendment, or I guess I'm suggesting, wondering if the motion maker would consider bringing it back in August after Budget and Property has had a chance to the August meeting, has had a chance to meet.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, so Member Goldman, do you wish to speak to this motion to postpone? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate the motion to postpone to August, and would make a friendly amendment that we're not just postponing this vote regarding supporting the Mass House bill, but referring the issues of 926 in like alongside district use of pesticides, including alternatives and estimated costs.
That's fine.
And if this is being referred to Budget and Property, I just want to point out that I really appreciate the work of our subcommittees, and I'm not interested in redoing their work. And so I'm more inclined to favor this issue being taken up, continuing to be investigated by the Budget and Property Subcommittee, to be presented to the school committee, and not having that investigative work come into the school committee as a full committee, if that makes sense. Thank you.
It does, and I believe, I don't recall when, but I know that the select committee, the pesticide select committee report was referred to Budget and Property. I don't remember when, but but I just know that COVID happened and a bunch of other things happened, so it sort of got waylaid. But but it sounds like that is the intent of the chair, is to catch up on that piece and have the two be aligned on the same timetable. So sounds like that's in line with the motion. Member Fallon?
Can I just ask, since they can't take up anything that hasn't been referred to them, is I heard you say that, I heard them say during public comment that there was Bridge Street and Jackson Street fields that were being treated, but are there any of the fields that we're talking about that could be potentially replaced with turf instead of being treated by anything? Like, is there a long-term solution to this?
Sure. Well, I can answer that. I mean, and I just want to be clear that there is an ordinance. There is an ordinance that was passed in 2019, but the city had already moved to organics for all of its parks and rec fields long before 2019. So it was, I guess, an affirmation of that going forward. And certainly some districts have, some communities have installed turf fields, but I think it'd be more than $80,000. So I don't know. I don't know if there's been any planning around that.
Right, but I guess I'm asking, like, when you threw out that number, but that's an annual cost, right? Versus do you know what I mean? Like, I'm talking, if we're sending this to Budget and Property, I don't know what it costs to have turf done and how long that lasts and then what the cost of that averaged out over so many years is. So I'm just asking if we're going to send this to Budget and Property, is that something we need to ask them to consider or not?
Seems reasonable, given that there are even some districts around us that have turf fields. So Dr. Provost, you have your hand up.
I want to say that that was one of the things that I had brought up in the discussion earlier, because it may be a way, not only does that have the benefit of reducing the use of pesticide, it also has the benefit of reducing the use of water, which there's a lot of pressures on water tables these days. So there's that. There are also other health related issues associated with turf though. So it's complex, but I do think it's fair for consideration. I was surprised. I'm kind of responding to what you asked if it's in order. I was surprised to hear that there was a field at Bridge being treated, because Bridge doesn't have any fields. There's Arcanum. No, not Arcanum. There's the one in front of it, but that's not Bridges Street's property.
That's Lamprey Park.
Lamprey, thank you.
Yeah. And that wouldn't be treated with pesticides. It's a city maintained field.
Mayor
So
Narkowitz,
we
can we
have
get
to-
back to the bill, please, Mayor Narkowitz, or move on? We have a lot of agenda items. So,
Yeah, well, there is a motion to postpone, so we do want to probably act on that rather than having the discussion tonight. I think that was the intent of the motion.
thank you.
So, Member Gold, do you have a parliamentary inquiry, or is it?
Well, I just have because Member Fallon said we can't take up something that the school committee didn't tell us to take up, if I understood that right. And so I would just ask, do we have to get the school committee's directive to also invite DPW to figure out how do they do that magic at Florence Fields? Because it'd be good to hear them at that meeting, but if we don't, then
We do not need the school committee's directive, I don't believe, to do that, or even to consider turf, so.
Yeah, I think we're all set in that regard.
Call the question.
Okay. So then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of postponing consideration of this item until August.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz,
Yes.
and Member Busansky.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so that item will be postponed until our August meeting. The next item on the agenda is item F of section 7, which is a discussion and possible vote regarding a new fee structure for leads before and after school program. And on this one, I'll turn to the Ward 7 school committee member Goldman.
Thank you. This is a topic that really came up during the late start issue that we voted on, and I've been working with Superintendent Provost and some others, including Member Levy and members of the Leeds school community, about taking care of before and after school programming. And Superintendent Provost, if you would please go ahead and provide the slideshow, and then I can lay out details about the plan and then take questions.
Happy to do that.
Thank you.
So just to provide some context, I think really we're talking about the late bird program, which is the after school program. There is an impact on the before school program as well, but in the survey that was distributed through Leeds, one of the, I guess you could say, positive effects of the change in start time is that there'll be much less need for the before school program. There will be conversely, more of a need for the after-school program. So what I'm going to be talking about will apply both to before and after school, but the real impacts are the after-school program due to the earlier release time. So prior to COVID, there was a daily rate of $8 per day to participate in the program. It didn't matter what portion of the day you stayed. If you had any after-school care provided by Lake Care, it was $8 for the day. So with a new start time and end time for the elementary schools, the Lake Bird will need to start 40 minutes earlier than it had prior to that. Referring again to the information we collected from families, about 15% of the families also need it to remain open later to 5:20 instead of 5 o'clock, which was the old end time. So for the families at Leeds, at least for a portion of them, there's a need for the program to be a full hour longer, not just the 40 minutes reflected in the earlier release time. So the question obviously became, so what will the fee structure be for the new program based upon the increased labor costs associated with more hours? The other thing that was happening concurrently that also impacted pricing for the program is Principal Wenz was bringing the program in conformity with the school district policy that requires any fees to be waived for students who are eligible for free or reduced lunch, or reduced for any families who are eligible for reduced lunch. So that impacted fees too. So one of the things that was done was a survey to Leeds parents, just asking what they felt a fair and affordable daily rate would be given the need to address both of these issues. By far, the range that was affordable for caregivers was $8 to $12 a day. So we have a solution that falls within the $8 to $12 a day. It's what I'm going to recommend, and I think it has a lot of benefits. The main difference is moving from a daily rate to an hourly rate. And that, I think, provides a much more rational after-school fee for families, because the usage is going to vary dramatically based on the parents' responses on estimated need. It will be from less than an hour a day to 3 hours a day. So it doesn't make sense to me to say that it has to be in a straight across the board rate for all payers. However, going to an hourly rate involves a much more administratively complex program to administer than just doing a daily rate. The beauty of the daily rate is, you just take an attendance list and that's the fee. With the option of families paying different rates, not only based on where they fall on the slating scale, but also based on how much time they use the program on a daily basis, and with the ability to use the program for different times on different days, you really need to have someone who is responsible for coordinating the program, which you would think would drive up the cost. However, when you look at the additional pay that's currently associated with the individuals who are currently coordinating the program, that current payout is $42,000. So, and that's not being done on a full-time basis. So I think we could use that money to fund a coordinator who was full-time or pretty close to full-time, whose only job would be to keep track of the usage of the program, the staffing for the program, and to charge people the appropriate rates. The other thing that this would allow us to do is to come into line with the prior hourly rate. It was at most a 2-hour program before, so $8 a day works out to $4 an hour. If we did an hourly program based on the survey data that parents provided, we believed, and added the coordinator, we believed we could maintain $4 a day and $4 an hour. The $4 an hour brings it right into the affordable range identified by caregivers. You know, the top end of that was $12. If you were using all 3 hours a day, it would still only be 12 hours. This puts us right in the same rate for Leeds as is being charged by YMCA at the other schools. And the other thing that I think is a benefit of this is it doesn't involve subsidizing using any public funds. I think that's really important because of all the reasons we talked about, wanting to do additional programming to help students recover from COVID learning lag, to make other types of improvements around programming that were discussed earlier tonight or in any of our other meetings. I really think it's important to reserve public funds for public uses rather than for the what I consider to be more of a private use of the after-school program. It also is clean because it doesn't raise the question of, well, if we're subsidizing with public funds program at Leeds, what amount of public funding are we willing to give to after-school programming at the other schools, which would then have us directly paying money to the YMCA essentially, which I think would be controversial and not a wise use of public funds. So that's the proposal, and I'll stop sharing at this time.
Thank you so much. Member Levy? Oh, sorry, sorry, Mayor.
That's okay. I didn't know. Did you have any comments after the presentation, or are you all set? Just go right to.
Sure, I can give. There are a couple things I wouldn't mind mentioning. I just want to point out that I've spent a fair amount of time working on this, and I do support this solution. Leeds will have the Late Bird program, which the after school program is called, and it will also have the LEAP program running at the same time, as well as the tutoring program for accelerated learning. And so the schedules all sort of work together to make that possible. And there will be free and reduced fees for students who qualify for the free and reduced lunch. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Member Levy.
Thanks. Thank you so much for the proposal, and thank you so much, Kaya, for really being in this and working with folks to work towards a solution. My question was going to be about the folks who are on free and reduced lunch, and so it sounds like what you just said. I just want to reiterate and make sure I understand correctly that for the people who do need any kind of subsidized or financial assistance, that is available still under this model.
That's correct. That's actually a school committee policy. So students who are eligible for free lunch would pay no fee. And students who are eligible for reduced lunch would pay $3 an hour instead of $4 an hour.
Okay. So what kind of program or assistance is there for people who are on reduced lunch but still need 3 hours and $3 an hour is not doable for them?
I don't know. Based on the survey data, I don't know that that is going to be an issue. I do know that we have had situations in the past where the local PTO has provided money to the principal to use to help families who might be in that situation.
Okay. Sorry if I missed this. What was the participation in the survey demographically?
Yep. So the respondents included 97 families, which accounted for 3 kindergartners, 17 first graders, 27 second graders, 26 third graders, 23 fourth graders, and 20 fifth graders. So that's like around 20 kids from every grade except kindergarten.
And how many people typically participate in the after school program?
In 2019, 2020, there were approximately 75 students participating each afternoon. Not all students participated in all afternoons per week.
And do we know the demographics of the folks who participated in the survey, like racial and socioeconomic?
We know some of that. Some some of the additional comments were like, why are you asking me that? Let's see what we have here. After school frequency programming, pricing. I don't see that in my notes right here, actually. But I do want to say that I am encouraged by the potential to, by the suggestions to hire a coordinator, because that person will be available during the day and will sort of be able to hold all of the after school programs, the LEAP and the Late Bird. And so they'll be able to sort of coordinate the whole piece. Some of the LEAP programming costs will also help support after school programming, because students will be in the LEAP programming for a certain portion, you know, right after, and then might go into Late Bird right after that. And I think that coordinator would be really available to work with family after school care needs.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you for saying that. I guess I just want to be careful to say that we don't have issues financially when we don't know. We have a history of not getting demographic representation in our surveys.
And I agree. And the PTO has a history, as Superintendent Provost said, of providing support for this. And I believe that would continue to be the case.
Thank you. And then my last question is do you know the cost of the LEAP program, or is that consistent across schools?
I don't know that other schools offer the program. At Leeds, it's approximately, in the past, it's been about $60 for about an 6 to 8 week program where the course meets one time per week, which is an hour and a half per day. And that comes out to approximately $5 per hour. And because that is a school-sponsored program, that also would be free to students who receive free lunch, and reduced fee for those who are eligible for reduced fee lunches.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Gold.
Thanks. And thanks for the great work and advocacy on behalf of the Leeds community with this. My question, it relates to that in the sense of, has the impact on the other schools, you know, what this vote would take place, what impact it would have on other schools, that have after school programs. Dr. Provost, I know you mentioned that the Y wouldn't be included, but at least I know Bridge has the base program, which was a very huge part of the after school program at Bridge Street School. And I guess I wonder if we know how that's going to be resolved at that school. I don't know if all the other schools have their own non-Y programs, but this could impact many other programs and potentially before school programs that are not Y based. So I would love to know, have all the other non-Y before and after school programs been looked at, and how this policy will impact those? Not policy, but this vote would impact those.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Superintendent Provost.
I was gonna say, I don't see any impact on other schools, which is one of the reasons why I think this is a good proposal. Every school, as you mentioned, does have its own version of an after-school program. At Leeds, it's LEAP. At Bridge Street, it's BASE. Those programs have additional time now in the after school. I think the main difference will be that some families who normally would pick up their students at the end of the LEAP or the end of BASE program will then still have a need for after school care. And so one of the things that we didn't mention, but we had discussed, and so I'll just clarify, is that, you know, another benefit of the hourly rate available through this proposal is that families wouldn't be double paying. You know, they wouldn't be paying a daily rate for after school care plus a LEAP rate to participate in LEAP if they were doing both on the same day.
I guess though, Dr. Provost, my question and concern is, have we taken into consideration that all the other elementary schools are going to be facing this new schedule, right? So like the BASE program last year and needing care after BASE wasn't necessary because BASE went until, I forgot what time, rush to pick up my daughters, but like 4:45, 5 o'clock or whatever it was, like those families are going to still need that as well. You know, like I think, I don't know if we've really assessed how many families at all the other schools are going to need late childcare then. So because of the earlier start for elementary, earlier end for elementary. So yeah, I would be surprised if there isn't a need, for instance, at Bridge to continue to have care when the traditional time of base and the Y ended previously. And I don't know about the other, you know, Jackson and Ryan Road yet at all.
Okay, so let me clarify. I'm agreeing with you on the first point that I think you might have a gap period from the end of base till the time that you're able to pick up your child. However, I can say that the Y has restructured in order to be able to cover that after school time. I've talked many times with Kim Allure, who is in charge of the after school program, and they're doing registration for after school right now to go to the new end time, from the new end time of elementary to their traditional end time. The one thing that's different about the Y, and I will say this, is because elementary school is starting so early now, they don't think they'll be able to offer before school care because there's no, it's really hard to find staff who might work a half an hour before school starts.
And then I'll leave the last piece of it would be then, but I guess on the equity side, equity in terms of like that all the schools are getting the fair share, or maybe it's equality on this one. We're saying that the district will cover Leeds's later program, but at the other schools, the parents have to pay through to the Y for the gap. I mean, is that essentially what I'm understanding?
No, that's exactly what I didn't want to have happen. So this program is fully funded by the payers, by the participants in the program, just like the Y is fully funded by the people who participate in the Y. What I was saying is, if you're at LEAP and then you go to late bird after LEAP, that we're under the old system, it was an $8 fee if you did any portion of the day. So they would pay the full LEAP rate and then they'd pay the $8 for whatever portion of late bird they needed. What I'm saying now is they would only be charged for the time from the end of LEAP until they picked up their child.
Right, but I guess at Bridge, you would pay for what you would pay for base, and then you would have to pay for the Y program.
And it's the same thing at Leeds. What I'm saying is you would pay for LEAP, which is the equivalent of base,
mm-hmm.
And then you would pay for late bird for the gap, which is the equivalent of the Y.
And are we not saying that that the district's going to cover late bird? Did I miss that then? Am I totally spacing stuff up?
We explicitly said the district would not cover late bird. We wanted this to be a self-funding program.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Yep, thank you. Thank you, Member Goldman and others who have been involved with this. This sounds like a very reasonable, well thought out idea. I am hearing what Member Gold is saying. I don't know if all the answers are there, but probably just because I'm confused. So it sounds like a good plan. I do have a couple of quick questions, if you don't mind. I think, Dr. Provost, I was confused with, you said it was no additional cost, and then you had the $42,000 for a coordinator. Could you just explain that again, please? I think I'm confused with why there's no additional cost with.
Sure. What I'm saying is prior to COVID, which was the last time that Late Bird was running, we were paying additional pay to some of our employees of $42,000 for their coordination efforts. So I would say we could take that money and more efficiently use it by just hiring a single coordinator who is dedicated to this, rather than paying it as additional, essentially overtime pay for staff who have other duties in the district.
I got you. And is that, but we don't know if that's a position that's going to pay $42,000 a year, do we?
Well, I would say that's the budget we should sort of try to start with, because that would be the cost neutral point.
Yeah, I mean, just as an aside, this doesn't feel to me like a full-time job, but I guess if you can get away with it, but if not, and then there is a $42,000 amount of money available that could fit into maybe accommodating some of the rare circumstances that Member Gold is bringing up at the other schools, and maybe that's a win-win for everybody. But So my other question, though, is I see Principal Wenz is online. I don't know if it's fair, Mayor Narcoitz, to ask her opinion, but it would go a long way to see if she endorses this. Would it be okay to ask her to say a word or two?
I think that would be fine if Principal Wentz is willing to do that. I see her turning on her video, so I think that's, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I have been working with Ms. Goldman, and I know Ms. Levy has also worked with our school council members a little bit with a little bit of discussion. I do have an answer to that question about the breakout of demographics from the survey. So I know I'll get to your. So there were 24 single parent households. There were 12 that qualified for free or reduced lunch, 7 who didn't. There were 3 who were experiencing financial hardship. 10 parents, I can't read this, 10 parents who identified a race other than white or Hispanic. And then 17 who were other than white or Hispanic. 1 was a veteran status, and there were 53 who did not, none of these descriptions applied to them, and then 7 who preferred not to answer the question. So there was a little bit of, just to give you a little bit of the demographic background. I do agree with this proposal. The other 3 schools have the YMCA. Leeds is unique and it has its own before and after school program. The 2 coordinators are employees of the school. So when questions would come in during the day for, oh, I need my child to come to Late Bird, or I need my child to attend LEAP, or my child's not attending LEAP, our office staff fielded all those questions. And that taxes the office a little bit. So having one coordinator who could deal with both programs, a little more who's coming, who's going, staffing. The other 2 did a fabulous job. That's not the issue here at all. It's more just the coordination of the 2 programs. So I do endorse this project and this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. Do you have any other follow-ups, Member Kaufman, or are you all set? Okay,
I'm all set. Thank you.
Member Gold.
Yeah, I guess I would just ask that if we could please have the other elementary schools share with us at our next meetings early in the summer so parents can know how after school care is going to be dealt with financially. I think that's really, really important. One of the things you did say is that the Y is competitive. I mean, sorry, that the early bird is competitive compared to the Y. I mean, I don't know what the Y is going to be saying that the parents need to spend, to make that later program happen after base, or whether or not even base, specifically I'm talking to Bridge, but any other after school program, if all the other after school programs are happening, because if I'm not mistaken, I heard that the base might not be happening every day due to the tutoring program that's going to be starting. And so that opens up a whole thing. So I please, if we can, I don't know how, I'll put it to the agenda setting committee, but I think relative to this discussion, it really behooves us in our July meeting to be able to inform families about after school and before school care at all our 6 schools.
Thank you, Member Gold. Yeah, I just want to say I'm happy to meet with you or meet with other PTO or school council members to talk about the aftercare that's available, especially because of Late Start and also the accelerated tutoring program. And I'm certainly in favor of enrichment programs being available through the schools. And so I care very much about the family's welfare, not only for Leeds, but for the other schools as well. So I really encourage you and others to reach out to me to collaborate and put something together to make it really clear for all families in the district what their school has available to them. It's easy to get the schedule from the Y. They sent it out. I'm not sure when, but sometime in mid-May, I think they sent out an email with a really many attachments, very comprehensive, all the pricing. And I think a lot of families just rely on that. And because Leeds is so self-contained, it was really something that a problem we had to solve alone. There wasn't just clearly a solution that would continue to work. And especially because of the enrichment program, plus Late Bird, plus the accelerated tutoring program, there's sort of a dance there about that and which parts of that the district can cover and which part participants cover, and making sure there wasn't a gap. And we thought this was going to be a lot harder to solve when we started, and that's why it was so pressing. That said, to your credit, I feel like it was really important for us to put together a plan for this evening so that we could inform families about the plan for Leeds as soon as possible. I know they're already needing to know, what their kids are going to do after school. And that's certainly the case for all the students.
I appreciate that, Member Goldman, and that's also, I'll definitely let the First Street community and just and make sure that all the PTOs here that they could reach out to Leeds on that. At the same token, I do feel like there's like an district leadership responsibility to make sure across district wide that this, there's a presentation on this for all the schools. And so I would love to see maybe for July that we can at least say that, here's a presentation on how early and late care is going to be addressed at the elementary levels.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay, so I guess I'm not sure that we had a motion on this. Member Goldman, do you want to make a motion to approve this proposal?
Yeah, I just want to mention two other details very quickly. One is that some people were asking me about accepting vouchers for Late Bird, and we're not able to do that because we aren't the kind of childcare center that is qualified to receive vouchers. And so, we endeavor to look into that and see if there is a way that we can meet those requirements, but that's not the case for this fall. And so we won't be able to receive vouchers in the next school year for childcare. Also, because of, we aren't able to offer a sibling discount for families that have more than one child in the family. And this is, if we were to do that, we'd have to change the prices. We weren't able to do that in addition to keeping the price at $4 an hour and doing it hourly. So it really was the better choice. But I know some people were asking about that, so I want that to be clear. I would like to make a motion to accept the I don't know what you called this in here, to accept the new fee structure for Leeds before and after school programming.
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded. Any other discussion about this tonight? Hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Seraphy Cox has her hand up.
Oh, my mistake. Member Seraphy Cox, did you have a question before the vote?
Yes, apologies for not getting it up sooner. Superintendent Provost, can you talk through again about the change in staffing? Are these stipended positions, and who currently holds them, and kind of what does that restructuring mean for them?
So I will ask Chris to jump in if I make a mistake. I believe that we are talking about at least one ESP and one clerical. Is that correct?
So the two coordinators were ESPs.
Okay, so both ESPs. And so this was not part of their normal work. It's not part of a stipend. Whenever any any individual has 2 jobs within a district, we have to come up with a sort of blended rate for the second job. So the that $42,000 that I was reflecting is the sort of annual rate of the blended rate fees, or the blended rate salaries for the additional work that those 2 employees were doing. So, you know, it may be the case that one of them applies for this position, or it may be the case that this just becomes a 3rd employee and they go back to just doing their normal jobs.
They also would have the option of working as staff during late bird. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll on this, on the motion.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky, and Member Fallon.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so that motion carries. And again, thank you, Member Goldman, for your work on this. The next item on the agenda is a discussion of the school committee self-evaluation. And again, this one is was put on the agenda at the request of Member Goldman, so I'll turn to her.
Thank you, Mayor Narkowitz. School committee self-evaluation is something that is supported by MASC and is most likely going to be in our new school committee handbook. And we have evaluation processes for many of the individuals and groups in our district. And I think that we should not be left out. Also, I think it will help us create goals and monitor our progress with those goals. Because it is 9:50 and we still have a bit to do, I would like to make a motion to postpone discussion of school committee self-evaluation to the July school committee meeting.
Second.
I think our chair has stepped away for a minute.
Can I just ask, Member Goldman, were you planning on also postponing the discussion of the school committee norms?
No.
Okay.
Since bringing the item, Member Goldman, my guess is that we don't need to vote on postponing it, that you just say, hey, I want to postpone it, and
you're right.
Move on with the agenda. See that our chair is back and he can either concur or disagree.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had a little,
No problem.
I had a dog issue I had to deal with. I apologize.
That's no trouble. Mayor Narkowitz, I'd like to just
Withdraw
move
it.
along and postpone the school
Fine.
committee self-evaluation. Just encourage everyone to read over the document that I submitted in the materials, and we'll refer to that at the next meeting.
That's perfectly fine. So we'll move on to item H, which is school committee norms.
Thank you. Some of you might remember working on the norms, and we were waiting for the agenda policy to be completed before returning to complete this, and then COVID, and so it just was held off. But I think at this point, the norms and standards are complete, and I submitted a copy in your draft. I believe it makes sense for me to actually, or us to read parts of it. I'm wondering if other people think that's appropriate to read through it. It's not very long, but it will take a moment.
So
mostly because it's a document the public hasn't seen.
And so would the reading be for, as part of the discussion?
It would be part of the discussion to see if anyone wants to make any changes. This is my proposed final draft.
I don't think there's any problem with that. If you'd like, fine.
Okay, thank you. This is the norms and standards for the Northampton School Committee. The Northampton School Committee sets forth these standards and norms that we all commit to abide by as individuals and as a committee. With regard to role, we, the school committee, with the superintendent, represent the needs and interests of all students in the district and place their interests at the center of all the decisions we make. With regard to scope, we exercise leadership in collaboration with the superintendent to establish a vision, create policy, approve and oversee a budget, assure accountability, negotiate labor contracts, and advocate on behalf of the students and the district to sustain continuous improvement in learning, teaching, and facilities. We do not manage the day-to-day operations of the district. Rather, we are responsible for the annual evaluation of the superintendent. We respect that the day-to-day operation of the school system is their responsibility, together with school principals and other administrative staff members. With regard to subcommittees, ad hoc committees, and workshop sessions, we acknowledge the importance of subcommittees and workshop sessions and agree to utilize them to focus on specific topics in depth and to prepare for a presentation, deliberation, and possible action by the school committee. We honor the work and recommendations of subcommittees. We strive to move their work forward and not redo it. With regard to open meeting law and the public, we acknowledge that a school committee meeting is a meeting for school committee members that is held in public, and that it is not a public meeting. A school committee meeting is a business meeting of the school committee that is held in accordance with and with respect for open meeting laws. We understand and respect the chain of communication as it concerns roles and responsibilities and direct others to do the same. We do not take unilateral action and agree to recognize and respect that our authority exists only when a quorum of the committee meets. A committee member's authority is derived only through a majority decision of the committee acting as a whole during an open public meeting. With regard to agenda, we make every effort to ensure that meetings are effective and efficient by conducting our business through a set agenda that is tied to district goals. Each of us receives the agenda and relevant materials in a timely manner. Recognizing the importance of proactive communication and avoiding surprises, each of us, whenever possible, contacts the school committee chair at least 72 hours in advance of a meeting to ask the chair that an item be placed on the agenda. The decision to place such an item on the agenda is at the discretion of the chair in consultation with the vice chair and superintendent. If an item is not suitable for the agenda, a reason will be provided. Emerging items are addressed in subsequent meetings through agenda items unless it is determined by the school committee chair that it would be detrimental to delay the issue until a subsequent meeting. The agenda at each regular school committee meeting includes items to be considered for next or future agendas. Meeting preparation. Each of us receives the same information on all topics and is prepared, having had the opportunity to review pertinent information in a reasonable amount of time to allow for efficient decision-making. All efforts will be made to ensure school committee members receive all relevant documents no later than 6 days before the meeting. If documents are not made available by that time, we may discuss whether related agenda items should be pushed to the subsequent meeting, understanding that sometimes extenuating circumstances may require an agenda item to be discussed more expediently. We channel questions and concerns about agenda items as well as requests for information, reports, and data through the school committee chair and superintendent. With regard to the chair, we recognize that the school committee chair presides over the meeting, facilitates discussion, and enforces the rule that only the speaker recognized by the chair has the floor. As role models, it is our responsibility to set the tone for the entire system and make every effort to promote a positive culture for the district. We commit to remain present and listen actively, silencing cell phones and technological distractions. Full disclosure. We engage in critical thinking, expecting all committee members to freely offer different points of view as part of the discussion prior to making a board decision. Each of us provides input, encouragement, concerns, and positions rather than withhold information from other members. When a committee member feels that there has not been full disclosure, an objective process for revisiting the issue will be used. Open environment. We work to build trust between and among school committee members, the superintendent, and the administration by treating everyone with dignity and respect, even in times of disagreement, by maintaining an open environment where each member is empowered to freely express opinions, concerns, and ideas. We acknowledge that we are stronger and better equipped to do our work in part because of our differences in knowledge, experience, interests, and personalities. We work together to clarify and restate discussions in order to strive for full understanding. Open mind. We each keep an open mind in order to make decisions with the best information available at the time, considering data, the superintendent's recommendations, proposals, and suggestions. We recognize that no member is locked into their initial stated positions and accept that each may change their opinions at any time prior to a board decision. Consensus. We strive to reach decisions by consensus. When consensus is not possible, all members will publicly abide by the majority decision. Once we have taken action, each of us will support the official position of the school committee. Spokesperson. We recognize the school committee vice chair as the official spokesperson of the school committee to the media and other public bodies. Self-evaluation. We review and revise our standards and norms as needed as part of the school committee's self-evaluation. We recognize the importance of honoring our norms and beliefs, and we agree to take responsibility for respectfully reminding one another when we get off track. Northampton School Committee adoption and approval on given date. Thank you. Are there any comments or questions, suggestions for changes?
Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So are you proposing, Member Goldman, then that this be put on a future agenda for a vote?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like us to vote to adopt these norms and standards of the Northampton School Committee.
Okay. So tonight we had a discussion. We didn't have a vote scheduled, so we'll put it on the next meeting for a vote.
We had a reading. Not much
We had a reading.
discussion.
Yes, we did have a reading. So.
Okay. I'm done for tonight. Thanks so much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So now we will turn to a vote to authorize the superintendent to award a busing bid. Dr. Provost.
Thank you. This is purely ministerial. There is a bid out for the new bus, which was part of the plan, capital plan. Tammy just, I believe, published the bid on Monday, and we will be receiving it in between meetings. And as you know, bus purchases are not like buying a car off the lot. They're essentially built based on orders. So we'd like to try to expedite the process. So the two options would be to allow me to award the bid to whoever submits the lowest responsive bid, or to schedule another meeting to award the bid. So I'm just asking, since it goes to whoever submits the lowest bid, if you would feel comfortable letting me do that.
Is there a motion to authorize the superintendent to award the bid in accordance with Mass General Law bidding requirements?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so this would essentially, empower the superintendent so as to not delay further the award of the bid or require a special meeting to go ahead and when the bids are open, make the award. So if no further debate, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Leedy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
and Member Condon.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Excellent. Okay, so now we will move on to item J, which is a
Mayor?
typical vote. Yes.
I'm sorry, I tried to get my hand up when you were asking for a discussion about the norms and standards, and I got it up late. Is it permissible? Is it permissible for us to? Member Goma was asking for feedback on that before the next vote. Is it permissible? I guess I would, if I wanted to provide feedback, I would email it to Annie and Annie would email it to Member Goldman, or how does that work? Am I allowed to even do that? I just want to check, or do I have to bring it up here?
I mean, I think you could give her feedback, but obviously if we're putting it on the agenda for a vote at the next meeting, if there were changes you wanted to make, they could be offered as an amendment. But if you want to, if you wanted to send something to Annie, it could certainly be distributed that way. If you had comments.
Cool, thanks.
But obviously there'll be a public meeting at which you'll be able to also express any changes you want to make as well.
Great, thanks.
Yep. So the next item is item J. This is a vote we are typically asked to take as we enter into the final days of the fiscal year. And this would allow the superintendent to be able to make transfers within different line items to be able to make sure that the budget ends properly in balance and there are no deficits in any line items. Am I describing that correctly, Dr. Provost?
You are.
Okay, 10 years of practice. So I guess I would ask if any member would make a motion to authorize those end of year transfers.
Move to authorize the superintendent to make end of the year transfers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
and Member Levy.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so and the final item on section 7 of new business is item K. This is a vote on a revision to the NPS 2021-2022 calendar. And Dr. Provost.
That's correct. I apologize. When we were preparing the calendar for next school year, we failed, I failed to realize that Juneteenth is actually going to be celebrated on June 20th next year, which is a Monday. So that was formerly listed as the last day of school. That is a holiday. So that should be a day off from school, and the last day of school then become June 21st. That's the only change in the calendar.
Okay, so could I entertain a motion to approve the calendar with that change, please?
Move to accept revisions to the 2021-2022 calendar.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by Member Gold. And I've got a hand from Member Seraphy Cox first. Yes.
So that would be June 21st if there are no snow days, but assuming we have 1 to however many snow days, then it would be past the 21st.
That's correct.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is because I was imagining parents looking at the calendar and being frustrated that there's a 3-day weekend and then a single day afterwards. But because there's usually at least 1 snow day, even if it is only happening because you get a bunch of calls from parents about it, then that would extend that week to be more than 1 day.
That's right.
Okay, Member Levy's hand was up next.
My comment was very much along those lines. I wasn't thinking snow days, so I'm just trying to think if that shifts. I guess I'm wondering, I get it, we'll probably have a snow day or 2, but I'm wondering if there's a shift that can be made so that we get our extra school day in and we don't have a 3-day weekend preceding the last day of school. Is there anything that can be done? seems to be a little infuriating for folks, to teachers, kids, parents, caregivers, all folks, to offer up this schedule. So I wonder what creative solutions might we find to start a day earlier, or and not the whole school, but like in January or something, so that we could make up that day and not do this.
I really don't see a way to do it without taking another holiday out, which I would really not like to do. We can't start any earlier. The contract specifies the earliest start day of school. I don't see what, or I mean, we could shorten February vacation, or we could shorten April vacation by a day. I think that might cause some concerns for families as well.
Yeah, and the half days that are in there are all contractual.
That's correct.
Okay, maybe some of my colleagues have some creative solutions.
Member Busanski.
Yeah, my concerns go to member levies, exactly. And I brought this up last time but I think maybe it's time to look at switching March break and
Can't hear Member Busanski. I don't know if you guys can hear her.
Oh.
You're a little broken up. Yeah.
Okay, I guess is that any better?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. My internet connection is unstable. Sorry about that. My concerns are the same as member Levy's, and I mentioned this last time as well, that maybe it's time to start looking at a March vacation rather than having February and April breaks, and that would save us a good sort of 3 days. And assuming that, yes, we probably will get a snow day or two, but you also have to remember that last day is a half day. So we're talking about a long weekend and then expecting kids and educators and everyone to come back for a half day of school, which just seems, to member Levy's point, really, kind of frustrating to everyone involved. So I don't know if there is still time to consider that for next year, but that would kind of be my suggestion, that we start looking in that direction now that we're giving all of these extra days off for whatever well-deserved holidays. I'm not disagreeing with that.
So I'm seeing something here, hearing these comments. We could move the teacher workday in June from June 8th to June 21st, which would mean that that day would still be a half day, which would be a half day for staff. No, I don't think we can do that. Never mind, I take that back. Because what would happen then is the last day of school would be the 17th. Well, yeah, I guess we could do that. We could make the last day of school June 17th, half day, and then we could make the teacher work day June 21st instead of June 8th. Now, we will still have the snow day, so what will happen is it'll be a long weekend and then a half day, and then kids will come back for a day or two, but it would prevent the issue of having a vacation and a half day consecutive as the last 2 days of school.
So isn't the teacher workday a half day? So it'd kind of be putting 2 half days at the end of school? Isn't the June 8th day a half day?
It is. You're right. So it actually doesn't help. I'm sorry. I take that back.
I mean, I like the concept though. I just wonder if there's another no school day we could move around. Though again, we'll probably bump up into a snow day or two, which goes back to the idea of shortening or getting rid of the consolidating February and April breaks into March.
I actually think that's a good idea. I don't think it would be so wise to do it for this school year, but is I'm thinking about the number of days of vacations that are on our calendar now, as well as the number of hot days we're having at the beginning and end of the school year. I think trying to get more days in the cooler months might work, but I am just a little worried about making that change at this time for next year. I think it's something that requires a little bit of discussion with the community
Yeah.
and with the staff.
Yep. Understood. I agree. Thanks. You're muted, Mayor Narkowitz.
Right. I just wanted to clarify before I go on to the next question. Are you revising your revision to the calendar slightly?
No, it's still the same.
Okay.
I tried some things, but they didn't work.
Okay. Member Gold.
Dr. Provost, can you do it with both the May and the June half days for teachers? Can both of those half days take place at the end after school officially ends? And in a way, could you then also put the Juneteenth recognition, because it's absent on a Sunday, make that on the Friday instead?
I would have to double check the contract language, but I think not, because the teacher work days are deliberately created as half days that have to be taken essentially every month, that there's not some other kind of vacation. I think that's going to be the barrier there.
The Monday trigger is actually by state law. If a state holiday falls on a Sunday, it automatically moves to a Monday. So it's not, we can't choose to move it to Friday. So that's actually state law. Member Levy?
I'm confused why the move of the teacher workday to from June 9th to the 21st, or sorry, June 8th to the 21st doesn't work, is question one. And then question two is there a way to design it so that whatever snow days we have would come before the teacher workday, so that the teacher workday is the last day of the year, regardless of what happens with snow days? I know that makes it a little hard to like write on a calendar in like ink, but it strikes me as, again, hard to, if we do move a teacher workday, which it seems like we could, hard to move that and then have more school after that.
So the contract calls for a certain number of teacher work days, which are half days, and also requires that the last day of school be a half day. So the reason that I realized it wasn't going to work when I moved the 8th to the 21st was that just puts another half day there. So you have the same problem of a long weekend and then a half day. And then it also is a potential contract violation, because then we're taking the last day of school half day and conflating it with a teacher work day, which is supposed to be another entitlement under the contract.
But I guess what I'm suggesting is that, I'm sorry if everybody else gets this and I'm the only one who doesn't, I can stop. But what I'm suggesting is that the last day of school be a half day on Friday the 17th. Is it that a teacher workday is a half day of school plus a half day workday?
Correct.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Member Seraphy Cox.
I just want to say that I think that really the snow day issue, in my opinion, makes this moot, because we're going to end up with a 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 day week that week anyway. I'm sorry, not 5, because the Monday is the holiday. But we're going to end up with several days of school that week, and having the last day of school on the Tuesday actually makes it so that week has more days in it than otherwise. The only way that it would only be a one day thing is or half day is if there were no snow days. And this is, I don't know, this is Massachusetts. Like, when was the last time that that happened? So that's my position on it. And I'm ready to move on.
Okay, Member Gold.
Last thing I'll throw out there, Dr. Provost, can you explain, and sorry if I should know this, why don't you already build it? Why doesn't NPS already build the 5 days of inclement weather in? So you say this is the last day, and if we don't use the 5, then it moves backwards, so parents can at least plan accordingly that way. That's what Springfield does. Like, we know when the last day is and then subtract based on snow days not used. And maybe that would then not make that whole 3-day weekend thing happen, right? Where parents are thinking that the year ends, but really.
I think it might just be a matter of notation. Under state law, we have to provide a calendar that has 180 days minimum and has 5 more days, at least 5 more days before June 30th for potential snow days. So what we're doing right now is saying that our 5th day would take us out to June 28th. But it's also somewhat confusing to say that that's the last day of school, but we might not use it. I guess it's just a matter of how you look at it. What we couldn't do is have a last day that doesn't leave us 5 days between the 30th.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to accept these revisions by Dr. Provost to the school calendar. If there's no further question, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
and Member Kaufman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so that is adopted, and that is the final item of new business on tonight's agenda. There are no school committee discussion topics under section 8 of the agenda, which brings us to section 9, which is an executive session and a request to enter executive session for a couple of different purposes. And I would ask for
Motion to request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to conduct collective bargaining or litigation and to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiation with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining session or contract negotiation with non-union personnel, whereas an open session may have detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded to enter into executive session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Oh, I skipped Member
I vote
Levy,
yes,
sorry. Member Gold
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, so the motion passes and the school committee will now move into executive session for these discussions. I would just let the members of the public know that we will adjourn from executive session. We do not have any other scheduled votes or business on the agenda for this evening. So with that, I would ask